So shall we? I guess no reason to delay much longer. Let's jump in. See what we can accomplish. See what has already been accomplished. A decent chunk of things have already been accomplished. Yeah. Elias is very firmly locked in at this point. So now we just have all of the later generations to deal with. And we need to figure out this woman's name. So there is definitely stuff to do here. Very much stuff to do. The question is, do I know what's... do I know how to get started? We know Frank had 2 kids. We don't know anything about them. We haven't found an inn from just searching up their names. Or anything connected with Frank Williams directly. We don't know... I tried to find more information about Crocodile's kids, and that didn't come together. We know, like, the name of the high school, but I don't have any information past that. Seems unlikely that, like, high school yearbook would be in the periodicals, but maybe I can look up a high school yearbook or something. And then we need to figure out Christine's kids, and we need to figure out this entire family. Like, we have pictures, and we have no information about them, which is pretty funny. Although we do also have this picture of Susan in the background of this picture, which I think is interesting. And I don't really know what to do about that either. So, potentially a lot of different places to start digging into. And I guess the first thing to look at is, do I have anything that I wanted to search for and didn't? I remember searching this. I think all of this is stuff that I have actually searched. Edson Soares? This is gonna be unrelated, because this only has to do with the Euro stuff. But I guess I want to look at this anyway? Edson Soares was a Brazilian politician. He signed a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. Where did I get this information? Where did this come from? Roottrees, Brazil? Okay. Small town named Alvalagos became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard they were planning a new factory. Alright. So Edson Soares. Might as well read this, right? Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Alvalagos by the military government in 1973. Okay, so not exactly elected then. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had 2 side effects. First, he became quite rich, as you do. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. Boo. Boo to Edson Soares. This did not make him a popular mayor. Yeah, understandable. In what the paper speculates was a move to counteract this unpopularity, his wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Teleread. Okay. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television, spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988, when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. No, not... I'm looking for this. Thank you. Early 79. Okay, so pretty soon after he got appointed, and a good 10 years before democracy actually happened. That makes a lot of sense. So, what does this have? Teleread is a former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network the hands of the Brazilian military dictatorship. Due to a lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Interesting. We don't have anything we can do with this, right? Yeah, okay. It's already done. It's just on our computer as legacy software. Presumably. Although maybe we'll have to play another pictures minigame at some point. Alright, well, probably the best place to start is wherever the numbers are. We can figure out which of these feels like they have something relevant and begin there. I think Pico T is going to have something, right? Because we are still looking... One of the pictures that she had was the picture of the people whose names we don't know. So we could probably figure some stuff out here. Met him on a New Year's Eve. Just coming off of Changed Man. We looked that up. That was Portrait of a Changed Man, released in '79. Looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. The book they asked me to write sounded great. I'm kind of expecting, like, I barely remember this. I'm kind of expecting this to just be an excuse to hit on Sicily for both of the Hudsons. But, we'll see. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. He wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Rootree, and he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He really liked to exploit his fortune and good looks to pick up women. Mr. Rogers. Elias Rootree was boring as all hell and all about family, despite the, the infidelity we've already dug up. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Rootree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Oh, so that's actually supposed to be information to tell you about this picture, right? So that you know the green suit that's Guy Hudson. Okay, okay. Oh, you can swap them? Oh, that's helpful, actually. Huh. I didn't know you could do that. Do I want to do that? I can't do it up here, huh? Interesting. Alright. Well, no big deal. Sure. I feel like it is important to remember Crocodile the way he would want to be remembered. Strung out in a mugshot. I'll stick with that one. Anyway, back to the evidence. On Christmas, he went to Brazil to open the Roottrees Brazil factory. Okay. And then... Let's see. If we're looking at... Stay up. If we're looking at the times here, this affair would be after he comes back from his Whirlwind Europe tour, right? Or his Whirlwind International tour. Because that appeared to be a bunch of stuff all at once. How come the book never came out? It's complicated. Oh, is it? I had an out in my contract. Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. So what am I supposed to find here? Like, I got this out of some random website, I guess. Like, if I look at my history in the Sicily area... Where is Sicily? Here. Was it... It wasn't a periodical search, because the piece was pulled. So where did I find this? Went to Roottrees, Brazil, so that's all relatively recent. To a library. Guy's Not Dead? I think this is where I found it. Was Guy's Not Dead. Yes! This is the scan of the magazine. Okay. Sure. But that doesn't help me here. Met him on New Year's Eve, the last night of 1978. So New Year's 1979. And if we look at the company records here, there was the New Year's ball. Oh, New Year's Eve ball, so here. And then in 79, he had all of the different travel expenses. Was still around for 4th of July and for New Year's Eve 79. Terry O'Connor. We have a bunch of possible names, and none of them revealed anything by searching, which is what the company records told us would happen. We have the Dove donation in 1981. Susan Ford leaves in 1980 still. So... yeah, okay. So whatever this is has to be during 1979. Because otherwise, like, the timing doesn't work out. So if we look at who was hired when... hang on, I have a note for this. It looks like it could be Corinne, Beatrice, Lisa, or Valerie. Those are the people that I think are possible here. We have a... We know that Anonymom is not Corinne. They made a big deal out of saying that it's not Corinne. So that made me think it was going to be Beatrice? So it's Beatrice, Lisa, or Valerie? Where was the stuff about Corinne? There's some history about Corinne, right? We looked this up. Independently verified that she is not Anonymom. Article explains it's impossible to her to be Anonymom because her only child is still in middle school. Also, only child tells me enough about... no, actually. Only child, so... I mean, the timing of this doesn't work out, it sounds like. But... it's not impossible, I guess. It's unlikely, though. Did we try the periodical search with the other names? What were the other names? I think we did, but check anyway. Okay. All right, so Beatrice, Lisa, or Valerie is what we're on for the last infidelity. You think we can get anything out of Christine Garland? Mentioned in this article. So it feels like we need to find some Boston periodical. Is there a Boston newspaper? Periodical? Magazine? We're just gonna have to find it named incidentally in some other search, and then remember that we need to look up more information about Christine Farrow. And then we'll probably find some useful information. Maybe. Ugh. Man, getting back into this game after taking a break is so hard. She never worked at the company at the same time as Joanna. Oh, that's helpful. Because this is probably a non-imam, right? Like, this kind of has to be. So if never worked at the same time as Joanna, but Joanna left the company at like early, right? Joanna left the company at like 78 or 75, like right at the beginning, like right after their affair. No, right after. When is Joanna? Joanna Fellows is on the list. Yeah, 77. Joanna Fellows is no longer employed. Okay. Can I get anything else out of that picture, maybe? Whichever picture it is. Here. This is at a Christmas party. I think I've done this, I think I've already done this searching. Right? It's at a Christmas party, and Susan is there. So that helps me narrow down the timeline of which girl this is, but it doesn't tell me... It tells me where she is in the timeline, but not who she is, unfortunately. Still a lot of possibilities. Actually, maybe that does narrow it down. Not this one. Here. Right? Christmas party, 1981. 1981 Christmas party. 1980 Christmas party. Okay. No Christmas parties at all in 79. So whoever it was would have to be working there still in 81. Because otherwise, yeah, they get... Okay, so it has to be Linda or Angela. Where's Lisa and Valerie? Where did they come up? Why couldn't it be them, actually? Hired in 79, let go in 81. Okay, so it could be Lisa Lewis and Valerie. So it's between these four, then. Linda Lewis, Angela Ingram, Lisa Lewis, who is a different Lewis, And Valerie Ewing. All the rest of this stuff can get deleted because it's probably not relevant. And then there's this stuff that I wanted to look up earlier and never did. Hang on. Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot of the Roottrees jet during its crash last December. Although the NTSB investigation has not been released, foul play has been ruled out. Trish King was on the cabin crew of the Roottrees private jet. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion, and her family were unable to reach emergency services due to the overwhelmed phone lines in the ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. So, this is the only person that could have been having an affair with, like, the only person that is potentially relevant to Cole, but also this doesn't matter since we know that Cole didn't have any affairs. Or at least we suspect that Cole didn't have any. Cole? Carl didn't have any affairs. Yeah, I remember thinking about this stuff way back in the beginning when I still wasn't sure who the guys were. But now that I know who the guys are, this information seems a lot less relevant. But it is a webpage that I hadn't seen before, so that's great. Can Trish King get us to a relevant page? This is the same page. What about Trisha King? No. Alright, fine. Again, probably not relevant. So maybe don't worry about it? Guess we should search each of these names in the periodicals. Not that it'll do anything. I guess there's also the question of, like, maybe one of these other periodicals randomly has information on these women? Mid-Eastern University. Major newspaper in Portland, which is relevant for Portland things. We still have to figure out where that's going. Maybe we'll be able to get somebody's kids out of that. This is still supposed to give us more information, huh? Presumably, whichever pieces of this are connected to what we're looking for. But I guess we don't know for sure. A lot of searching for stuff that isn't relevant. A lot of searching for stuff that the game has told me not to do. But there's like a number. What do I do with that? want to go back to looking at this. Met him on New Year's Eve, 1979. In Christmas of 79, he went to Brazil. Does she say when she's done? Mid-81, months after I had already moved on. That's the timeline. So near the beginning of 1981 is when she was done. Half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. Susie something? Oh, this is Susan Ford. Okay. Throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. Haven't read Sam Madsen's book. Skimmed the sections on Guy. Invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil. Had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. Yeah, the other tricky thing here is Guy had even more affairs that aren't listed because there were no kids. And only the affairs where a kid could potentially be Guy's matters for the purposes of plot. So there are a bunch of affairs that are red herrings because there was no offspring during the time. Like, there was no kid that happened that could have been Guy's kid. There's a lot of other affairs going on here. In fact, I would argue, I think it highly likely that every single woman listed in the secretary slot for the company records, I would suspect highly that Guy was in bed with every single one of them. And the only ones we care about are the ones where there might have been children. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. Found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Yep. Both Guy and Patricia wanted women. Like, this actually gives it a slightly different perspective, but Guy's still a piece of shit, even if he's not a cheating piece of shit, you know? What am I supposed to get out of this? What additional information can I pull from this? This is like this stuff, but Robin isn't one of the people that matters, because no kids. Maybe it's because of like 1981, because of the timing. I'm supposed to be able to pull like information about Susan Ford from this, but we have all the information we need about Susan Ford. We don't have her kids. I guess presumably Hughes' kids, right? Thomas Hughes. Maybe we should look up Thomas Hughes. Have I not done this yet? This just gets me to Grandorf Dove. Okay. Instruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher. So she had a kid. And then had a second kid while dating Mrs. Hughes? I guess weeks after the marriage is probably after like a year of dating or something like that. Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Okay. What about here? I wonder if Susan shows up as Susan Hughes. Susie? Okay. Really? Nothing out of Susan Ford? That's kind of odd. Do I have her name wrong? No. There's not a Grandorf Dove? Oh, it's the Grandorf School for the Deaf or something. Here. That mentions Ms. Ford. Yeah, this is great, but this doesn't tell me anything about our kids. Where else do I think I can look for this stuff? And then also got to narrow this down. Man, there is so much stuff here that needs to be narrowed down, and I don't have an in on any of it. None of this is even coming together in any reasonable way. All right, what about here? Maybe Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottree? Because this is the other thing that I need to look into now. Yeah, I've been on this page. Is there a Jane Doe Roottree page? No, it just takes us back to Anonymom. Yo, Waffle Soup, thank you so much for the raid. You've arrived at a very I'm stuck time in my life. So we're reading through content that I've already read through in the hopes that it will lead us to something useful. How you doing? What were you up to? Were you doing more Aria of Sorrow? I heard you were playing the Aria of Sorrow rando. Something that I should look into, I think. Aria of Sorrow was one of the Castlevania games of all time, for sure. Nanimon was the second high-profile case of a potential new root tree being added to the Clanstead Trust. Instead of claiming herself a root tree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a root tree. Yeah, alright, sleeping with Guy Hudson doesn't give you any major claim to fame, alright? Plenty of women have slept with Guy Hudson. The accusation came during the height of root tree mania and began with a brief TV interview about herself in News Time. Did I not look this up in News Time? Surely I did. Yeah, we have Anonymom over here. Okay. And that got me... not this one, not this one. This one. And there's no more insights here. We've gotten everything we can get out of this, supposedly. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period while many of the secretaries that worked under Zach Morden were already gone. Both underqualified. slept with him at one of these parties. Okay. Wasn't the only person this happened to, no lies. However, using details that she provided to News Time, the reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time. Does that get me anywhere? There was so much stuff about, not Christine, Catherine. Catherine? Caroline. Corinne. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymom were harassing her. Alright, so the fact that Corinne was being harassed means it's decently likely that the person that was hired at the same time as her is Anonymom? But I think the timeline of that doesn't work out, right? That's the wrong evidence. This is the evidence I am looking for. Corinne and Beatrice are no longer employed as of 1980. But there was no Christmas party in 79. So that's too late. That's not going to work out. Yeah, it's got to be one of these four. Still not getting anywhere. I guess it could be Catherine Garrett. There was a Christmas bash in Catherine in 81. But the Grandorf Dove donation. No, yeah, Catherine Garrett's too late. Because Susan Ford was the last infidelity. Or the last infidelity we care about. So it's gotta be Lisa or Valerie or Linda or Angela, since they were hired in 79. And Linda and Angela were hired in 80. Are we assuming that Susan is 81? I mean, we have 81 as the Grandorf Dove donation, but I don't know what timing that is relative to when the actual affair occurred. Like, this is at some point when she has revealed that she's pregnant, right? Which makes me think that maybe the affair has to be earlier? But there's specifically, like, the Christmas tree in the background, which could only be 1980. I guess it can't be 1981, because at that point it's after Susan. But also, Susan was his mistress for a long time? Timing of all of this is very suspicious. The timing of every element of this is very suspicious. Ugh. What else do I think I can get out of this? Maybe Jane Doe Roottree shows up in the periodical? Yeah, we've already looked at that. Not Business Watch. Butler County Times. Nope, too bad. Anonymous woman appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. Is there actually an extra picture slot? There's not an extra picture slot here. So we're not actually going to get the unpixelated version of this picture. Also, we can't take this into Pixpop and unpixelate it ourselves. We're not that good. We have hair color, though. Does that match up here? That really doesn't. Maybe Anonymom is not on this list at all? Maybe Anonymom is actually Beatrice, and whoever this is isn't Anonymom? And Anonymom is just, like, completely irrelevant? Although it's also possible that Christine Farrow is... No, 2 kids. Never mind. Yeah, maybe Anonymom is not actually on the list, given that they've already figured out that her kid is not a root tree. That actually makes some amount of sense. Maybe all of this Anonymom stuff is also a red herald? Herring. The other kind of thing. All right, let's dig into 6 pieces. Maybe this will help. Maybe this will help. Maybe we'll find some more information here, because we do need to get a little bit deeper on Elias. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. Yeah, that sounds like Sam. She ran the farm. Daughter Gwyneth. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy. Yeah, that's not a surprise either. Was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Yeah, not like Patricia minded, though. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay. So this is a Christine Farrow. We've already got this figured out. But I don't know if we can use this to make the connection for Christine's kids. We know that Christine lives in Boston at this point, but we don't have any information about Boston. Rough. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottrees. When he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. Yep. Then the Brazil thing, we've already figured that out. Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Yep, we've got this figured out also. So I've always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage. Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Who's Beth? Well, we've already figured out that it's not Beth, it's Bess. Right? We weren't able to get any deeper into the family tree than that, right? From Frank Williams, we know he had 2 daughters, Barbara and Sharon, and we don't know any information about them. Presumably the Miami Herald would not have information about them. Miami Mercury, sorry. Barbara. Yeah, okay. Wildcat on its own, not enough, huh? Navy Cross, wife Ophelia. About the expansion of the Bocadoro Library. Find multiple libraries in the area. The building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. States their hours and a list of exhibits. Right, yep. The original print of Cuba by Cubans, which we've looked up and was not useful, right? We also looked up the Miami Sunday, which became the Miami something else, which became the Miami something else. That was a lot of work to dig through just to get a periodical's name. If we look this up, it's the same page. Okay, sure. Sure. There's still something here? I don't know what's here. It's not 5Ps. We've already got all of that figured out. Began to notice how much it echoed 5Ps in nearly every significant way. Yeah, it's because every single secretary was being hit on by Guy Hudson, whether or not they actually slept with him. I think it might be rubber duck time. Antonelli's seems central to one of the affairs. Maybe you should look more into it. Alright. They think I should look more into Antonelli's. That's reasonable. What did we find about Antonelli's? We found this. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. The restaurant would move to a new location. And then we have all of this, which is the important part. I don't know about, like, I feel like there needs to be a Boston periodical or something that we can look up. Like, local information about Boston that we don't have by just doing searching. By just doing, like, the global search. Move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants. Yep. Do we think there's going to be an Antonelli's that shows up in one of these other things? Probably not, right? Like, I agree, but what should I do about it? Mentioned an owner. Okay. Of course it squeaks. It is supposed to squeak. We looked up Rochelle Zimmer, and that didn't get me anywhere. I am confident that I tried this. So I'm a little surprised that this is the direction we're supposed to go. Rochelle and her husband, Mark Zimmer, have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Both were local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's. Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Both closed in 1992. Sued by Steve Garland. Really? Well, I guess we've figured it out, haven't we? First was an article about how he met his wife. The second is from months later, listing for his weekend cooking classes Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from his son. One child. Son. In 78. Okay. So that means this is an unknown male. And I can't say unknown male. Sure. Local author sued by former Butler County resident. Local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. This usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. Okay. Promoting his book Kitchen Tales. That sounds like a thing that we should look at. Mark Zimmer. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. Damn. The entire description of this book, according to the library system, is a recipe book that contains stories. But this doesn't come up? How did I not do this search when I first went through Antonelli's? Man. Maybe we should look up Mark Zimmer. There we go. Kitchen Tales was a story-based book recipe credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand, and that there was no second printing. There was a second, it was re-released. So it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website, which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. Excuse me? Mentions that one of Kitchen Tales' recipes used salt water. Okay. If you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. It's very specific. The Plated Loaf. Okay. Kitchen Tales is a book that combines recipes and stories. It had mild popularity, but seemed to disappear from online marketplaces in '92. The Plated Loaf. For years, two bakers, Flowra and Yates, wow, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. This is a lot. This is really a lot. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flowra's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asks the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary. Combine the salt and water together, and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flowra's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves. Okay, sure. Sure. And we're sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that requires no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours. So, okay, so the recipe is hidden within the story? That's fascinating. Hidden. The story is a mnemonic for the recipe. Sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she were torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough into 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted that she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible. But he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven, atop parchment from outside inward to make a spiral. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. How is this even remotely useful? Are you kidding me? What am I supposed to do with this? So presumably this story is stolen straight from, maybe I'll look up the plated loaf. What if we look up gourmet for the groovy? Okay. Former Butler County resident, sure. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. I looked up Kitchen Tales, and there was nothing in the library, right? What if I... Presumably this isn't going to do anything, right? Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. But that doesn't show up, which is weird. Ah, the re-release is under a different author. Okay. The intro, okay, great. Garnishing the Truth. All right, I guess this makes some amount of sense. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my eye. The second is, to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. Okay. So seems likely that we have James Garland and Robert Garland. proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. So you might wonder what I am doing in this introduction. Turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's Brewhouse over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. That's cute. That is actually cute. So James and Robert Garland might be real people. Maybe they are searchable. Damn. Alright, back to Mark Zimmer. The hell am I supposed to do with this? I don't know how to turn this into anything useful. Alright, so this is somewhat helpful. I guess it tells me that not Mark Zimmer, the other guy, Steve Garland, is teaching cooking classes in Boston. But searching for this didn't bring up anything. Alright, well I found something, but this isn't enough. Where do I go from here? I guess he calls out that both of his kids are becoming incredible chefs. So we can list them as chef for now. Until we have any other idea. But they are old enough to have their own profession, probably. Right? If this is 98 and this happened in like 78, then the kids are... At least one of the kids is like... This kid is like 20. And this kid is... Who knows? 18? 16? Student? Whatever. I guess if this kid is 20, he's probably still a college student at this point, huh? This is either student college or student K through 12. Let's start with this and see where that gets me. Of course, it doesn't get me anywhere unless I have pictures of him. So we need more information about Steve. Steve and Christine. I guess I looked up Christine Garland here and got nothing. Rochelle, then, would be... the wife. Mark owned a local bookstore. Bookmarks is not relevant. former Butler County resident. Okay. And Mark Zimmer has since moved to Boston, which I think doesn't help. The Zimmers. McCarran's Brewhouse. Hey! Alright, this is something, maybe. McCarran's Brewhouse is a pub in Boston, and they have a website. Apparently the bar has been around a long time. On the site, there's a list of famous people who have had a drink there, including former president of the United States, not of the Roottrees Company, Kennedy. What, you mean there's no Roottrees President Kennedy? There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth. Local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So grab a bite at his kids' joint Fry Die, and then swing by to meet, what does it say? To meet him for a drink. Okay. Alright. So, kids plural. So that definitely implies chef for both of these. I am back on chef. Fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Usually the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Fry Die. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature. So I went, there was a huge line, they didn't have a single meat dish, what's even the point? Okay! Now we have the periodical that I'm looking for. I guess we start with Fry Die? I might have that name incorrect. Chef's Signature covered Fry Die less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant. And like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Fry Die's signature is the samosa cone. The cover and main article has been added to your evidence. Okay. Here we go. Sitting down with the Garlands, the new boys in Boston. Robert is 3 years younger. Okay, so this one is Robert because of the sous chef jacket crack. But let's read the whole thing, yeah? Chef's Signature, a nationally published magazine targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover of their November 1998 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fry Die, a play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear, that exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Yeah, that's right. Put the gingers in the sauce. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. There is an insect buzzing around here, and this is going to kill me. Oh. Didn't get it. Waiting for it to land somewhere. It has left. Alright, I'm okay with this. Just keep away. If you know what's good. Worrisome. Alright, most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that, since we moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Fry Die. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even before Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. Okay, so, James is old enough to... James is definitely... No, that's weird. That's weird. Go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. The timeline on this is not exactly clear. Whether... which kid has the potential to be Guy's kid? Anyway. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Fry Die often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine Apple. God. Apple pie has Sistine Apple. Unbelievable. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite. My dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it. But it's actually secretly named after them. Sort of. Alright. James is the older one. Cool! Alright, well... that's 2 out of the 4 I need. Presumably. Great! What next? There's gotta be something related to Susan that we can dig up. Really? Really? So we have only these 2 articles? That's all the information we have? And nothing about the Hughes. Renamed in 1990, Ms. Ford is still the principal and has regained her maiden name. And if I look in the local article, we have Mrs. Hughes, the school's newest teacher. Convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy, which implies that they had a kid together already. And then we tried looking up Hudson Wing. Vague history section. Donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. She learned ASL from the main school to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. Realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people, she wished to better serve those with hearing issues. She convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher with the new campus. First, it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Alright, maybe the Butler County Times has the Hudson Wing as a separate thing? No, that's just straight back to the Grandorf Dove page. The center of a crime article from 1982. This didn't get us anywhere, right? Founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. It was renamed to the Grandorf School for the Deaf. So maybe there's something about this in the periodicals? I have to look this up specifically in order to get deeper into it. There we go. God, this is a lot of busy work to put together. Jeez, that took way too long. Also, apparently I wasn't seeing anything in chat. Like, yeah, okay, there's a good, like, hours worth of chat that is just, I haven't seen any of it. I'm so sorry. God. Hang on, I'm reading back through it all. The game told me that Anonymon was ruled out. Did it really? I was sure that I was looking for Anonymon even though the kid had been ruled out. Oh, playing Celeste. All right. Now I understand what happened with Waffle. Great. Yeah, Friday is an awful name. Just really absolutely atrocious. All right, yes. So I apologize for forcing all of you to listen to my Anonymom diatribe when she's clearly not relevant. I apologize. But hopefully everything will be better. All right. This, though, this is progress. Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many that you can't look at all of them. And so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The Ford sisters. Okay. So they are Fords. They're not Hughes. I guess they broke up soon enough that the kids are Fords instead. Thomas did call out current pregnancy, which worries me. Oh, identical twins. Okay. The Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Ms. Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful. And it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert, and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. The article includes a picture of the girls added to your evidence. The twin on the left is holding an inhaler, and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. Okay, that's what that is. Okay, so the twin on the... Hold on, article. The youngest is the one that has the EpiPen. Yes? Because the oldest has asthma. The oldest has asthma. The youngest has the peanut allergy. Presumably the kid with asthma is not the one who is running on the soccer field. Yes, called out here. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field. So the older one has asthma. And the Paisley. The older one has the Paisley. Great. Now we need to figure out which name is which. And maybe we can do that this way. Is There Life After High School is a musical. It's quite obscure, only appeared on Broadway for 17 performances. Nowadays, it's mostly performed by smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston was in musical theater all 4 years of high school. Oh, I love the self-inserts here. Anyways, the key word in that Butler County Times article was local. All right, I get it. One song from it that has somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. If you've heard the song before, it's likely that cover. The entire musical deals entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about their formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. Fair. Alright, so we need to look this up locally. Heather Ford. And the other girl's name was Melissa. They're students? When was this? When was this article? March of this year mentions the Ford sisters. Okay, so they're both in high school at the moment, so K through 12. Yes. And we have confirmed that this is also a picture of Susan Ford. Great. Okay, please give me some other direction. Oh,
Hey
they decided to work
it's us.
together. Nice.
So I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
One second. We'll be through with this in a bit.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new root trees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her.
All right, so the fictional law agency cannot keep up with me because I am too powerful.
Regardless, the bad news is it's gonna take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on.
Oh, right, of course. Naturally, the obvious result of the legal company not being able to keep up with me is it takes longer to lock in. Sure.
Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
Well, this now leaves me at essentially the same point as I started the stream at. Except I have less to work with. Less to work with is actually maybe easier, since I know what direction I need to go. Right? Like, we still need to figure this out, so this would be helpful if we could manage that. But then the rest of it is all down here. Yeah, only an hour and a half to my first lock-in this stream. Took a while, certainly. Alright. Do I want to approach the duck again? The duck has been pretty useful. I guess maybe if I start looking here for other stuff, this will work out better for me. Maybe we can figure out more about Elias here. Like, it seems like we're probably supposed to dig further. We could probably dig further into this Wildcat stuff, right? Frank Wildcat Williams. But I feel like I dug a lot and wasn't able to come up with anything relevant. But that's our only in for the rest of this. So maybe I'll keep digging there. Left Florida in 1941, a construction worker and returned a hero. He and his wife, Ophelia. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company. Mentioned in an article I've already seen about the expansion of the Bocadoro Library. An article I've already seen? An article I've already seen? I saw an article? I got there from the statue. Like, you're probably right. None of these are articles. Or none of these are the article I'm looking for. There's also this mess. Oh my god. I have seen many articles. Alright, this makes me curious. Miami Mercury had an article about the best Williams section in the Bocadoro Library. Later mentioned about a bidding war for a planned expansion. Yes, okay, no, I did see this. It's the best Williams article. That's the important part. Died in 1996 in a retirement community in Sweetwater. An obituary on the website of a local news channel. We tried looking up Sweetwater. I don't think it gave me anything. Barb and Sharon Williams. Ran a construction company. born a joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist that he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. Right, I remember this. So she was also Ophelia Williams. All right, so the next step then where do we go from here? Retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. None of this is searchable. I guess I could try Barb Williams, since Barbara Williams didn't do anything. Yep, it's always something. It's always something. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed as in Coconut Grove, Florida. The flyer has been added to your evidence. Cool. Show me a flyer. Overcoming Adversity with Barb Williams. Wow. Big numbers. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, then energize you. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. Kikkiwa Falls Gazette. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful mess. Hang on, I'm getting so distracted by Kikkiwa Falls Gazette being a thing. There is no Kikkiwa Falls anywhere in the world that you can find. The closest thing to a Kikkiwa appears to be in New Zealand. Instead, a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small-town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. The Kikkiwa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across the United States. She could have been hyphenated and been Ophelia Williams Williams. That's terrible. Why would you want that? Have I been to Kikkiwa in New Zealand? I don't know where I went to. Only thing I know about New Zealand is that Auckland exists. At least that one I know I've been there. I remember that much. Where are we here? A series of online articles presented as a monthly newspaper of small-town America. What makes the Kikkiwa Falls Gazette a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing real locations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled "Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms," that, using very dry language, details the idea that the mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked any differently from the rest. Unfortunately, each current issue of the paper is presented on the homepage. There are no archives of older issues. It's Middle-earth in the movies? Kikkiwa is Middle-earth in the movies? Or are you saying New Zealand? I know about New Zealand. Anyway, this is Barbara Williams, and she's in self-help? Motivational speaker. Nope. There we go. Alright, I'll go with that. Married to John Doe. And apparently is the guardian for her younger sister? Fascinating. Alright, the flyer includes 3 different testimonials from Greta Jones from WQTV 12, Vic Elmsworth from the Kikkiwa Falls Gazette, and Isabel Crosby, the superintendent of Benton County. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. Alright, I guess top to bottom. Greta Jones. Too common of a name to find out anything useful. Great. Greta Jones is, according to a flyer in your possession, the morning news anchor for a channel called WQTV12. Unfortunately, WQTV12 has no online web presence whatsoever. You do find it listed on a giant list of television call signs next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. Yeah, okay. We are now on the same page, Seta. I was definitely more concerned about Kikiwa than I was about New Zealand. You may need to do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. Alright, let's look up Effingham County then. The name of two different counties in the United States. One is in Georgia, the other is in Illinois. You'll probably need to append a state name. Well, it's Springfield, which is Illinois. Oh my god, please. Springfield is the capital of Illinois, but after perusing some of the results, you find that it is not located in Effingham County. Okay. Okay. So, Georgia? There is a Springfield in Effingham County, Georgia. Springfield? How many different, like, how deep is this before we get to a thing that is not, like, a redirection? When you refine your search to television in and around Springfield, Georgia, God, that took a second to process. You come across a website that lists different channels available there. The list seems to only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. Gross. The person who runs the website has ranked each using 3 categories. None are relevant to journalism. Extra gross. One of the entries is Channel 12. The news anchor listed is Greta Flores. That's who we were looking for, right? No, we were looking for Greta Jones. What? Okay, Greta Flores, then, is a news anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through simply to figure out her current name, no joke, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, The Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems some of the stories were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Isla Hale. I will do this search first. Okay, that takes me to the same place. So let's find this book. What did I do wrong? How did I do this wrong? How did I do this so wrong? This is an anthology of stories told on a few different Storytellers of Sisterhood tours. It contains direct transcripts of the most well-received stories on stage. Isla Hale is the editor, not the sole author. One of the stories, by Barb Williams, has been added to your evidence. Springfield is neighbored by 4 states. That's a lot of neighbors. It's also coastal, but has mountains. What an incredible city! The Beauty and the Brat. Barb Williams had the transcript of a story she told on stage published in a book. The first part of her story focuses on 2 16-year-old girls. My sister, Sherry, was a brat. Sister Sherry. Yep, sure. I believe that. Always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter, Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. What? What? Uh... I am both confused and mildly concerned. Maybe I should keep reading the article. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry, the brat, and Sharon, the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education? Different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference, because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale. But there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again. And when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over. But my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Fascinating. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong. But she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's Hair. Hairdresser. We also need to remember to look this up. Not on this page. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth. And I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. Well, that is a hell of a story. Alright, let's look up Sherry's Hair. There's a Sherry's Hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry Yastorzemski. Yastorzemski. Sherry has a large van, and on weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even the Rachel to your door. The About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. It mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. Old. Peter Yastorzemski is not, in fact, this boy. This would be a different boy. Probably not a Peter. There's two of them, you see. She and he had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow, and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. York? Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest, and he's a straight A student. Tony. Wrong one. This one's Tony. Probably Anthony. Yes. Yes, that's fine. Hang on. Does this imply... No. This is the same way that this is set up, right? This is the older, these are the youngers. Yes, this is fine. Oldest is Anthony, then Mark, then Cricket York? The heck is Cricket York? Oh, she's an actress and married to a York. Oldest Tony seems to get the short end of the stick. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently his Little League team is nationally recognized. Wow. Mark. Mark with a C. Cricket York is near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local... Hang on. Highlight. We're coming back to that. We should also figure out what this charity is. Little League team is nationally recognized. An actress on a local television show called Library. And the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your due, is a stylist for the show. The passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search. Okay, so this would be Christine, born Jastrzemski, who is an actress, as it turns out. Mark plays baseball. Sports? Athlete? Pro athletes. Little League. His Little League team is nationally recognized. I guess they're all... Wait. How does this... How old are these kids? Like, how does Little League fit in? Maybe he's the coach for the Little League team? Alright, let's start with cricket. Library. Okay, so this is cricket and library. Great. Library is a children's show filmed at a studio in Orlando, Florida. It has been on the air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Library. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers like whatever the hell this is, tutoring companies such as whatever the hell this is, and a few well-known publishers of picture books. From what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States, and in New Hampshire for some reason. Like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor, because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a library web ring, although it only has 3 entries. You click through the sites in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in 1997 at the age of 5. Oh! Okay, no, actually they're all just babies. Mark, far from being a pro athlete, is a student in a Little League team. And Anthony, also a student who presumably gets straight A's. A picture of Cricket from one of her first episodes has been added to your evidence. Listen, man, I'm going with the information I've got. Why can't I take this dude's picture? Alright, you are Christine York. Why is her name Cricket? And the puppet Pooftail. Is Pooftail also a secret root tree? The theme of this episode tackled why some people needed glasses. Alright, we still need to find some information about all of these people. Guy Hudson in disguise. He's still alive, and he's on public access TV! Cricket and Pooftail. Alright, let's see if we can get any of these things to mean something. I'm actually going to look up Peter first. Yasterzemski. Is that right? Yasterzemski. I'm definitely pronouncing that wrong. Does anybody know Polish? And can tell me how to actually pronounce that? Alright, we'll go with the other things. Corrithmetic, sure. Corrithmetic is a math textbook publishing company. They were in the news last year when a primetime news program did a full comparison of their 4th edition textbooks and their 5th edition textbooks. Schools were complaining that the two editions seemed remarkably similar, yet Corrithmetic was charging almost double for the newer edition than they had for the previous one. Ystremski? Probably. York. Okay, sure. The news program announced that between the two books there were only 16 total changes. The most noticeable was that the cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on a lake to a close-up of a feather. The other 15 were all instances of changing 4th to 5th. This even led to a geometry problem, where the book asked students to calculate the 5th side of a rectangle. Wow! The power of search and replace. Nobody associated with Corrithmetic seems to be related to your search. Great! The hell out of here. EDU C82U is a tutoring service. They have a deal with Library and feature some of the actors from the show and pictures on their websites. According to the site, they actually provide tutoring for all of the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Included is Cricket York, who is seen in a photo labeled Cricket and Her Brothers, ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. We don't find much else about EDU C82U. Kate? Except there seems to be a small subsection of library fans who were deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits on each episode. One writes, "I was terrified of the little girl in that EDU C82U logo." I don't get it. Educate! I get it. She looked like some kind of demon doll. And oh boy. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. Educate to you. Yes, that makes a lot more sense. Oh, that's the creepy demon girl, huh? Look at this baseball athlete. Perfect student. Also says, they all say perfect student. Everybody's perfect, then nobody's perfect. Okay, but like, who's this idiot? Sharon, surprising he's not wearing a hat that says baseball team on it, right? They get pretty obvious some of the time. All right. Sherry Williams? Not Sharon, but she goes by Sherry. All right. She ran a charity. Maybe she's in Business Watch? Okay, what about Sharon Williams, who is the same person? What about Peter, the guy with the last name? Okay, yes, we could try looking her up with her current information, I suppose. That makes a lot more sense. Damn it. What about Pete? What about Peter? Okay. Alright, what about Pete here? No? Peter? No? Even the Rachel. Her late husband's college roommate. What about college? Yeah, alright. That was a long shot. Is there anything that we can get to from here? We should be able to find information about this charity or whatever it is. Maybe it is the whatever the last name is. Hang on, I gotta find the last name again. Some sort of Yastremski? I'm gonna go with Yastremski. That makes a lot more sense. Polish does like its extraneous consonants. Charity. Too bad. Has a large van. We tried Pete and that didn't do anything. Also Peter. And we tried this in Business Watch. We sure did. Google agrees with Yastremski. Great. Silly me for thinking that all consonants need to be pronounced. That's my mistake. Clearly, I'm not European enough. Can we get anything more from the book? Not the flyer, the book. Which was, hold, here. Polish is hard. Yeah, that I believe too. Alright, tell me more about Sherry. Borrowed things without asking, even ran away from home. Sherry's hair. Yeah, this doesn't get me anything other than Sherry's hair. Alright, there's still other stuff that we haven't looked up here. So I guess we can also start with that. Vic Elmsworth, according to his own personal page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. All 3 of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kikiwa Falls Gazette, and he tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. All of the articles he's written are archived on his site, including the long-form version of the review for Barb Williams' motivational show from '97. According to Victor, he had seen Barb talk more than once. On this particular occasion, Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd, because she received a standing ovation. Barb started with a story about loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there once was light. Because the light could never return exactly how it once was, she says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. That's extremely religious. She used multiple biblical comparisons, and finished by looping back around to her initial story, and how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law, and the Lanes Across America, there we go, charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter had experienced. It, the charity, was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could to help nurture it. Lanes Across America, or LAA, is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. Has this come up before? I feel like this has come up before. I feel like this specific charity has been mentioned before. Why does this seem so familiar? Pages and pages of news articles that mentioned Lanes Across America have a similar summary in them. LAA, formerly LAM, presumably Lanes Across Miami, was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. We have a guy. Drew? Okay, probably Andrew. I'll believe that. Smith. Which makes this dude Anthony Smith and Mark Smith. If it had, I'd have found this page before. You'd think that, wouldn't you? But then again, I've shown a, frankly disturbing willingness to ignore relevant pieces of information in the past, so... Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since, Lanes Across America has grown, and they now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. The website for the charity has a picture of Drew. The photo has been added to your evidence. Picture of Drew. Come on! You tease! The rest of the wedding party is cropped out. Yep. Alright, we have a picture of Drew. Alright. Lanes Across Miami, then, will definitely have the picture of the happy couple. There we go. Searching for Lanes Across Miami does narrow down the pages and pages of articles we found earlier to only those with a more in-depth history about the charity. LAM was formed in 1987, founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 92, and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles is a full uncropped version of the same wedding photo. Thank God. It seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of her wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew, who is the face of the charity. And this is 100% Peter. That's Sherry. Is that Barb? That's got to be Barb. Uh-oh. Something is wrong. Are you still a hairdresser? Are you still a public speaker? Maybe Anthony Smith is in college by now? Maybe Christine York is also a student? Something is wrong. Because this is 5. This should lock in here. Maybe Anthony is wrong? What else could Tony be? Concerning. What if we use this photo instead for Barb? I wonder what piece of this is wrong. Maybe she's not a hairdresser? She's definitely still a hairdresser. I have no doubt that Sherry is still a hairdresser. Alright, maybe we move on with our lives, and then the next one we lock in will tell us what we have wrong. Assuming move on with our lives is a thing that we can reasonably do. Alright, this still has stuff that I haven't looked up, so we could look up Isabel Crosby at this point. Find no information about anyone named Isabel Crosby that feel like they could be related to your search. Okay, what about this, the superintendent of Benton County? What about Benton County? And Isabel Crosby, according to a flyer on Barb Williams' website, is the superintendent of Benton County. There's a Benton County in 9 different states in the U.S. There hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850, so you're not sure which one Isabel Crosby comes from. Searching for Isabel Crosby doesn't lead to anything that seems to fit what you're looking for. Fair enough. Lanes across America was a big deal here. Tony, Mark, and Christine, right? Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Wow. I figured it out. Figured it out. Locked in possible infidelity 1. Great. Alright, we have another picture of you. We have another picture of you. You were wondering why I said Christine? It's because I was wrong. Because I was wrong. But now I'm right. So, you know, everything's fine. And now we're back to this mess. Same as it was. Same as it ever was. Alright. How do we start the next bit, do you think? Probably go back to looking up stuff about Crocodile. And see where we get to from there? At this point, we are down to Crocodile's extended family. And whoever the hell this lady is and her kid. Who do you suppose would fall for the charms of Mark Crocodile Clementine? Alright, well, let's start with Crocodile. Portland Telegraph was the one that provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine. Flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez? Where's Juarez? I'm Googling this for real. Where is Juarez? In the Mexican state of Chihuahua. Okay. Somewhere in Mexico. He married the crocodile who bit him. That crocodile gave birth to 2 kids? Oh boy. Crocodile is your favorite character? Inkling, you have the most unique taste in characters. When he landed, they were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. Alright, what about Mark Crocodile Clementine? The infamy list. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. The Basket Baby of 1950. Did we look this up? Mary in a real-life baby Moses situation. But it's a lie. It's all a lie. Because Mark is just her natural kid from her not quite marriage to her record producer, I think? If I am remembering correctly. And the most recent thing he's done is be a pilot. Well, aside from try to punch Billy Sims, is be a pilot. Arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. Quite a sentence. Arrested in 1994 in San Diego in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. So why does this not work? It's mentioned a lot in articles about the Billy Sims incident. Not much information about it, though. It's mentioned a lot in articles about the Billy Sims incident. You just love a hot mess. That's fair. He certainly fits that category. Every news organization from trustworthy to tabloid. Okay, so we should look him up in the periodicals, is what I'm hearing? The The Portland Telegraph had an article slightly longer than most about the Billy Sims incident, mostly because the assaulter had appeared in the paper before. Because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Croc Watch. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It was unknown to the school staff at the time who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously asking, what will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Croc Watch. Croc Watch. Oh man. Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there were no more instances of Croc Watch. Alright. Business Watch, unlikely to have anything. Butler County Times, probably not. The Butler County Times did report on Billy Sims, but the information seems redundant with the basic information you can find about the incident from the internet. There's no reason for that to be here. Or here. Or here. Or here? But News Time did a small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. The goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Hell yeah! A name! What are the odds that her actual last name is Webb, as opposed to this is a new married name? Also, highlight this for me, please. We'll come back to that if we need to. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister, again to San Diego. Oh, because San Diego was the high school. That's why San Diego. Okay, connected. What a catch. No lies. Yeah. Crocodile, definitely worth catching. Told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and though she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so they are still Clementines. But the kids are named Webb. Alright, let's look up Colleen Webb. No, let's finish looking through the periodicals, actually. Pico Tea magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not be useful. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. Nice. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clement's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. Mary. This would have been an 80-something, right? So it's probably this one. And their legal last name is still Clementine. No, this was in 94. So 4 years ago? Probably not this one then. Although I guess I don't know. Alright, one of these two is a Mary. Pico T interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Alright, great. Oh yeah, we looked at this already. Rock Watch. This is defunct. This is defunct. Teen Blast probably doesn't have anything. All right, great. Tostarito Jacobson. Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed their name to Tostarito. The Tostarito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. All right. All right. This is in San Diego? Whoa. Wait, this is a real person? Oh, right! Edith's sister! I completely forgot about this. Okay, great. That's a hell of a connection. Fascinating. All right. Unclear whether or not she's going to be relevant to this search, but that's hilarious. Tostarito Jacobson. Unbelievable. Wow. The Clementine rabbit hole just gets deeper and deeper. All right, let's look up Miss Webb. What was her name? Colleen. Nothing relevant. Boo. Like to think it's Miracle's blood that causes some crazy genetics. Yeah, the whole root tree curse thing is entirely unnecessary. Truth is stranger than fiction here. What a mess. Maybe I can find the daughter? Web on the web. There we go. Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. I still don't know which one it is, but whichever one of these is Mary is apparently also a travel agent. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. Okay, so Mary Webb is going to be in Teen Blast, maybe? In the diary entries, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Show me the photo of Mary, please. Mary Webb, from her website Web on the Web Paranormal Travel Agency. She's apparently found a niche booking vacations for lovers of the strange and unknown. This is a photograph of Mary in front of an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but fans love to tour it and come up with their own paranormal theories. A company called Corporate Composition Photography is listed on the top left. Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. Do we have a date for this? Seems like the site is the personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since '93. One of them is from '96 when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. This is a turn. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. LBP. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. I've discovered every periodical! Alright. That's great news. There's not going to be any more periodicals. Whew. That's a load off my mind. Alright, what is LBP? Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure. You would have expected more. I guess so. Thank you for the bit, Senna. I agree with the sentiment completely. Some businesses also have the acronym LBP. Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photography, Laura's Bras and Panties, Logline Books and Publishing. Lincoln Baby Photography seems like a solid lead, as it mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer, on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. The bottom of the website says copyright 98.99. Let's just script to the correct one. Correct. That is, in fact, exactly what we're going to do. Because I'm always right. So we should find out more about Val, right? Oh, no, we should do this first. Not weeb. Alright, what about Mary? Really? What about web on the web? Really? What about cruises? Really? This is being unhelpful. Alright, let's look up Val. Okay, let's find out what Val's name is. Apparently this is relevant. Lincoln Baby Photography. It's labeled as Cam Lincoln, reaching for his namesake. Guess he takes after his father, Val. Are you Val Lincoln, then? Val Lincoln was featured in Telephoto. The cover, which featured one of his photos, as well as portions of the article, have been added to your evidence. Telephoto is a photography magazine. This '92 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism, specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. Wow. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch in his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his, who was going overseas to cover the war, decided to take a chance on him. Why is this dude relevant? Like, we still don't know why he's relevant. Oh, I should actually probably search this. That's almost assuredly going to give me something funny. Other than the picture of Mary, we don't know how he's connected to anything. But apparently he's connected to enough things that we have pictures of them. Keep reading? I mean, I'm gonna. I just think it's interesting where we're at right now, that this dude is so connected to things, with, like, finding him by accident through Mary. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine! Oh, that's important. Who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. Hang on, we have a Lisa Clementine. One of these is Mary, the other is Lisa. And they exist in some order. Desert Saber. Thank you for the bit, Senna. I did, in fact, read, and lo and behold, an answer. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement! Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. All right, well, that nails down a lot of that, actually. This is Val, not Valerie. Probably. Who knows? This would be Lisa. Lisa. Occupation soldier? Military? And this would be Mary. Occupation travel agent. Dang. And we also have a baby whose name is Cal? Baby picture? Cam. Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. Is his name actually Camera? Is he Camera Lincoln? It is very Obra Dinn. Yeah, this game is rad. He is a baby. And his name is just Cam. Cam Lincoln. Fantastic. All right, well, now there's just the last two bits, which is gonna be a mess. Now for the woman I know nothing about. True. True. Very excited about the woman I know nothing about. I mean, presumably I know something about her. There is no picture that we have not already used. So we don't just randomly have information about whoever their kid is yet. And we have several possible names for this woman. Oh, we didn't look up Playboy. Hang on. A playboy is defined as a wealthy man who spends his time enjoying himself, especially one who behaves irresponsibly or has many casual relationships. I definitely read that as causal relationships, which is why I misspoke. Logically, it would then follow that Playboy magazine is targeted towards an audience of people who wish to view pictures of wealthy men enjoying themselves irresponsibly. Perhaps these men would be riding expensive motorcycles without helmets, or betting large stacks of cash on 00 and roulette. Considering the subject matter of your current investigation, a magazine like that could be a very useful resource. After all, Guy Hudson was pretty much the definition of a playboy. That's why you looked it up, right? Yeah, you got me. That's exactly why I looked it up. It's a good thing you understand. Is this going to get me anything? Operation Desert Saber was the code name for a land offensive the U.S. military performed against the Iraqi army. It was part of the larger Operation Desert Storm, also known as the Gulf War. I'm not actually expecting to get anything else out of this. Hell of a picture. The Gulf War 1. Oh god, no, please. This still has 2 things on it? What is this supposed to connect to? I guess this is supposed to connect here. We already have a Susie mentioned here, but that's covered now. So it's just what I can find on the first page. And this presumably connects to something still? Fascinating. This, I got all of the information I was looking for here. So that's great. We don't think this is Corinne. We think it is one of Linda Lewis, Lisa Lewis, Angela Ingram, or Valerie Ewing. That is the current set of beliefs. And I have looked up all of these names in many places. You know what? I think it is finally time to enable search all for periodicals. Because I am not quite sure what to do with this at this point. Okay. And none of these have spider search results either, I am fairly certain. Presumably, whoever we end up here, we would get a different name. Because we need to get their married name instead of their maiden name. But we don't know when they're married. Let's see. We know that they're married. Oh no, maybe we have to get their maiden name because they were married at the time of working at Roottrees and since split up. So if they're single now, they might be back on their maiden name. And their married name isn't gonna get anything. Oh dear. Okay, so we have to find her through Guy. Which I hate. So either through here or through here, maybe. This is all like a bunch of information that kind of narrows this down from the list of secretaries, but it doesn't narrow it down sufficiently. Met him on New Year's Eve, 78. And then stopped associating with him early 81, probably. So from 79 to 81 is 2-ish years, 2.5-ish years. And I'm trying to hear here. So even in 81, Susie was still his mistress here. Showed me a final draft. Dinner was good. Yeah, so Susie was his mistress here in mid-81. And we have, let's see, kind of going through all of this stuff. We need to look at the classified documents. 80 to 81. There was a Christmas tree bash in 80. But not in 79. And the 81 Christmas tree bash would be at the end of 81, by which point this ship would have already sailed. Susie was definitely not with the company by Christmas tree bash the second. Move to office staff. Wait, when did Susan leave? Did Susan leave in 82? Susan Ford is no longer employed as of 82, but Grandorf Dove is in 81. Which is presumably the hush money from impregnating Susan. So it has to be the 1980 Christmas ball. So yeah, that still doesn't narrow it down. It has to be one of these four. Are there any other Lewises, Ingrams, or Ewings in the staff? Since the husband is probably present, the husband is probably present in the company, given that he shows up at the Christmas party. Although he could be just a +1, we should probably check. Lewis, Ingram, or Ewing? Sands. No dice. No dice. Terry O'Connor. Douglas Rosenberg gets fired and rehired, which is pretty funny. Emily Seinfeld is no longer employed, but an Emily Barnes is now listed. And Gwyneth Madsen switches to Gwyneth Cattrall. Interesting. Good to have that timeline, I guess. Is that helpful? Do we think it would be Emily? Probably not, right? It's got to be a secretary, right? Although, I guess we already have some evidence that the farm workers... No. What's her face that was hired as a secretary was hired as a secretary. Even though she worked at the farm beforehand, she was hired as a secretary before she showed up at the party with Guy. Right? Like, she showed up at the party with Guy because she was a secretary, not because he found her on the farm. That feels like that would be a little too predatory. But I could be wrong. Alright, what about Emily Seinfeld? Alright then. But one of these would have a... Apparently not. Okay, so we have no more information in company records. We have information from Pico Tree and Six Pieces. And Telephoto, which we've already put in, but it's not locked in yet, so it doesn't know. So this should be our connection. Although I guess we're also... No, any information about Susie we've already picked up. So that wouldn't be part of the insights. The Root Tree Legacy. We did look that up. That was helpful. Really? It's just this page? The other page that seems to have more details isn't the connection? Or maybe this is just to narrow down the timeline? No, there's two things listed. It's not just to narrow down the timeline. His wife learned who I was. She invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. Who is his wife again? Patricia Hudson? Patricia Jones, née Hudson? I never remember which way the née works. Do you put... does the new name come before or after the née? Née is formerly. Okay, so the new name is first. So Patricia Hudson née Jones is how that would work. Surely I've already done this, right? Yeah, it's not helpful. I guess this book never actually ended up being published, did it? Showed a final draft. She was too good for him. She sure was. Where's the picture of them again with the Christmas tree in the background? Here we go. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Pico T. Pico T does not label its individual photos. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottrees Company for use in her book. Look at them staring at each other, and this dude just staring at the camera. Like, whatever. What the hell is your name, lady? Is this... What is going on here? This, I guess, is her arm going behind his back? This is very odd. Something strange is happening over here, and I don't like it. This is the other Pico T photo. It's a much better photo of Guy. Almost looks respectable in that one. All right, what else can we get off of this? The book they asked me to write sounded great, but none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Like, what else can I look up based on this? I remember looking up the Roottrees legacy. The Elias puff piece. Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do too. Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. What is there even to look up here still? Like, I'm actually not seeing... Okay, we're going to the rubber duck. Come on, Ducky, help me out. The results for Edson's sores mentioned a wife. Could she be involved with the Roottrees? Well, that is an extremely loose connection. Oh my god. Okay, from the Brazil thing? That far back? His wife, Sonia. We did look up Tellery, didn't we? Did we get anywhere with this? Spider Search does return a page that lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flavio Soares. He's a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. Okay. There's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Are you telling me that this is actually the Brazilian? How does that work? Oh, there is no... Okay, so I'm a little annoyed at myself that I got slipped up not pursuing Teleread. But this is absolutely baffling to me that this is even remotely relevant. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. This would be a different York than Cricket York, presumably. I think Cricket York, not exactly a supermodel. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also other more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, 18, his zodiac sign, Libra, his favorite food, grilled steak, and his mother's name, Sonia. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. The photo has been added to your evidence. Really? To Natasha, kisses from Brazil, Flavio. Really? The only reason I would consider putting Flavio on the family tree is because I have a picture of him. I guess it's similar enough here. But like the picture that we've been given, the picture with the like it's got the Christmas tree, right? So it can't. Oh, I guess it's the other way around. This is Christmas in Brazil? Since he was out of town during that time period in 79? The reason I'm confused is the Christmas tree. And the only references we have for Christmas are the Christmas bashes. And the Christmas bashes only occurred in 80 and 81. So I guess the implication is this happened while he was out of town because the Christmas tree is there. And I guess she wouldn't have received... Okay, yes, no, that actually does line up. She wouldn't have been able to get photos from the end of 1980 for the purposes of writing a book, given the timeline of her association with Guy Hudson. So this has to be Christmas of 79. Or earlier, but there were no Christmas bashes earlier. So this has to be Christmas of 79, and that means it has to be overseas. Ooh, okay. Alright. So what we have here is Sonia, last name unknown. We have Edson Soares. And we have Flavio Soares, who is a newscaster? News anchor. And we need to figure out more about Sonia. Sonia runs Teleread, right? So I guess she's a media mogul? Soares? I'll believe that. Should we look up Ashley? Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She's been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares. Soares? Sure, I'll go with Soares. I'll believe that. Just brought them both into the limelight. Due to a lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station. So... Media mogul? Mogul seems a lot. In charge of a television station. I guess would have to be media mogul? That's weird, though. And we still need her last name. Also, I'm a little surprised that this is the order that they have them in. That Shinyu was before Sonia, since the China trip presumably happened after the Brazil trip. Maybe there were a bunch of Brazil trips. That actually would make sense. They did call out that he came back a couple of times, right? In Brazil, Roottrees Brazil. Factory was controversial. Did we look this up? Maple fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year a news special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Okay. Former mayor of Alvalagos, sure. And this still hasn't gotten... I don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Alright. And then this returns Flavio. Bit of a cult following. His mother's name is Sonia. I'm going to need more than that, unfortunately. To Natasha, kisses from Brazil, Flavio. Incredible. How do we get more information out of this? I mean, I don't think I need to look up fanfiction, but fanfiction has apparently been around for a while offline, but has recently begun to gain popularity on the internet as well. After browsing a site dedicated to fanfiction, your first instinct is that while some is based in truth, it likely won't be a reliable or dependable resource for hard facts. For example, in one of the fanfictions you discover about Flavio, Ashley York is captured by pirates, and Flavio must team up with a popular team of reptile ninjas to rescue her. As far as you can tell, that didn't actually happen. Probable. He is young for a newscaster. Although, I guess when your parents are dictators, you can get away with a lot. Why? Where do I go to get more information about this? Maybe the article on Edson tells me more about where he met her? We can find out more about, like, here, his wife Sonia, sure. Not known where he has gone. But we know where Flavio is. So that's not nothing. Maybe we can find Flavio here. Okay. Finally, something helpful from Teen Blast, maybe. Here we go. Ashley York, a British model, appeared on the cover of Teen Blast wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful information, but another more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Suarez. In it, a Teen Blast reporter asks how they met. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw, and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called whatever the heck this is. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. Alves. Okay. And that's still not enough. What am I missing? Well, let's keep reading. Maybe more information will come through. Whatever this is a massive media group owned and run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. It seems Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so she has shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public's eye. Alves could just be an assumed name also. According to a history page that's focused on her company and vague, unsearchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980. Significant inheritance. How does that line up with the Suarez timeline? Suarez was kicked out in 88 and ran for his life. But I guess a significant inheritance in this case is her husband put her in charge of a TV station and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she had just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to work in television until 1988, when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment and connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. Even after doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her... after doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you find that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. So we're looking for Nia Alves. If we could type correctly. And that takes us back to here. And if we search Nia Alves here... what about Sonia Alves? What about Sonia Suarez? Yeah, here we go. Nia Alves owns many forms of media in Brazil, under the umbrella of this thing. Transmissão Paulo? Strike that from the record. I cannot do justice to this word. Business Watch has mentioned her by name a few times. The most relevant appearance seems to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts due to a difference in laws. A few media groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and the Middle East. Her company in Brazil is also discussed. Due to lack of freedom of speech laws in Brazil, there has been added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories on the TV station's channels. Nia is extremely private about her identity, and supposedly once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. The journalist claimed that this was to shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. His research claim... Hang on. Alright, much better. His research claimed that she had essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. Child brides were not outlawed in Brazil until 1990. It also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show, they do not live together, and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. The final claim was that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious and possibly illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship, as his research uncovered that she could not possibly have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. After making this statement, the reporter went into hiding in fear of his own safety. Interesting. Her marriage in 1973. Which would have put her at 81 plus 8, so about 23 in the picture. 22, 23 in the picture that we have. Resents her own parents for the arrangement. But this doesn't list the fact that her husband was the guy? That one guy? Is the implication here that she has a show marriage to an Alves somewhere? Because they're not together. And also, this is not enough still not enough information. Okay, so just the Business Watch article. And then we can get back to talking about Brazilian dictators, I guess. His wife, Sonia. And then in 1988, when Edson had to flee for his life, is when Nia Alves seems to cement her position as a media mogul, right? That was the information we had about Nia. Yeah. Received a significant inheritance. Sure. Doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. That's information I would like to know more about. Am I missing any pictures? It would not appear to be so. So we just need to figure out what her birth name is. And then that should put everything in place. This doesn't seem that hard to put together, the whole Suarez connection. I guess there's probably a lot of Suarez's, right? There's no need for Flavio Suarez's dad to be specifically the tyrant mayor of Alvalagos, Edson Suarez. It's probably a fairly common last name. Like, we only know it's related because we're only being given information relevant to the Roottrees. None of this helps. Where did we get to from here? His mother's party. She runs the media empire. Okay. So that was the connection, was Ashley spilling the beans in Team Blast. Nenhum resultado relevante, which is Portuguese for no relevant results. Seems that Sonia Alves is a fairly common name in some parts of the world. And this just takes us back to the television network page. Sure. Can we do Sonia here? This is just the Business Watch one. That's also not helpful. Extremely unhelpful. This feels like I should be able to use it to make some kind of connection, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be connecting to from here. Supposedly, once user connections have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. Reporter went into hiding in fear of his safety. Sure. I would love to get some more information of what you figured out. Like, how do we connect this to something that's searchable? Like, is this going to come up with anything? No, I didn't think so. So she was born in 58, presumably? Does that help? Let's go back to Edson. Alvalagos. What do we know about Alvalagos? Sao Bernardo de Campo is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston. Oh, God. Once again, the self-insert is here. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing, so the small town name he made up, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing two other regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. Sure. Let's go back to Roottrees, Brazil. Petitioned them in early 79. Okay. And the Roottrees now run Roottrees, Brazil entirely. None of this. No, I'm missing Sonia's last name. Whatever Sonia's birth name is. We've gotten to Nia Alves and her media mogul empire. But I'm not finding much to connect to from there. This seems like the most promising article as a jumping off point, but I'm not finding anything to jump to. It sounds like she has a fake husband now that she is not actually married to. And this is the husband that the journalist is talking about. So that may be an Alves. But we still don't know anything about her life before marriage, which is what we are looking for. A maiden name for Nia Alves. Or Sonia Suarez. What's up, Kellerman? Thank you for the 37 months of continued support. TV hates you today. Hopefully this finds me well. It does find me well. I am very well. Although I am digging for one final piece of information here, and hopefully it takes me not, you know, the full hour and 20 minutes remaining in stream in order to piece this together. Alright. Have I looked into global initiatives of the Roottrees Corporation? I have. The results for Roottrees Brazil mentioned something related to this. Did it? Have I not done this? Are you telling me that God, I did all of the individual ones and not Roottrees everywhere. This is what happens. Ugh. This is what happens when your playtime is broken up. Roottrees Everywhere was an expansion in the late 1970s. It coincided with some other large changes at the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Roottrees candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottrees Everywhere involved Roottrees' expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottrees. This started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. Oh. So this is how I am supposed to get this information. I kind of got this by searching by accident, but that doesn't help me. Rubber Ducky, you have sent me back to a far earlier link in this chain. Far, far earlier. Like, I appreciate that, yes, the Brazil stuff is what I'm looking for. But, like, come on. Come on. Alright, try again. Occupation? What are you talking about? I have that. I guess she might be in a different occupation than military? She agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln just earlier this week, after her surgery. Until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. Yeah, she shipped out again. She's still in the military. I mean, that seems fairly clear. That's not the problem. The problem is Sonia Suarez's last name, Mr. Duck, if that's your real name. You wonder if the duck will keep telling me about stuff that isn't locked in, even if it's correct. It seems like that's what's happening here. Okay. So the implication then is if I look for Lisa Lincoln, she won't be in the military? Listed as a professor at West Point. Ah. Okay. So even if I got Sonia, this might still be wrong. Okay, so it might actually be Sonia Alves. And Lisa is now a professor instead. Apparently that was the only thing I was missing. Lucky. These 5 entries are correct and have been locked. Great. All right, well, it's a good thing I poked the duck, I guess.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done,
I had no illusions that I was done.
but it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
You think?
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Uh-huh.
Just skip to the important part.
I mean, context is helpful.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's.
How the hell do you get that information? What?
Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential root trees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided.
Okay. That is pretty good context, actually.
When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable.
Aw.
I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
This is super weird.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a root tree,
Uh-huh.
Or any you've got definitive evidence are root trees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Okay, so what's been unlocked? This mess. Inconsistencies. Filling in this person is optional. Possible root tree. Smoking guns. Okay. Oh, I've got to fill all this in? Oh, boy. Okay. All right. Well, there are some people that I am confident about, right? Mark has to be a root tree blood relative. Clementine is not. So as long as Mark is oh, there's more information. Hello? Oh, okay. Sure. After putting together the tree of potential new root trees, Clark and Sam appeared at your door together. According to Clark, Ruby Spratt, the company's lawyer, was caught throwing away the DNA samples from Bonnie Hudson. They're hoping that with your evidence and understanding of the family tree, you could verify which people in the dotted boxes are almost certainly legitimate root trees, very unlikely to be legitimate root trees, and which of them are too ambiguous to make a decision one way or another. Additionally, with a suspicion on Ruby Spratt, it's possible that some of her behaviors in the past have also been cast into doubt. A new section of the tree has been added for you to fill in. Oh, there's one more affair, huh? Oh no. Filling in this person is optional. 11 possible root trees left to identify. So what information did we have about Bess here? History. Sure. Bess's young son, now an orphan. Because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. Alright, well, if she has no other possible husband, then he has to be a blood relative, right? Like, that feels pretty clear. There's a bunch of information I haven't found about David Fellows? Jeez. Well, he took the... This one is interesting, because he took the blood test, right? So we have previous information stating that he is a root tree blood relative? Oh, this is a non-imam, isn't it? Yeah, we're not confident about the DNA tests, right? That's where this has come up. This has got to be a non-imam. I mean, whoever this is, they're definitely a root tree blood relative, right? Based on this chart. Between Christine and Steven. How did... Trying to remember what the timeline here was, and I kind of poked at it and then ignored it because I had the answers I was looking for at the time. All right. So, in 1978, giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so he can keep an eye on his son. Okay. Okay. Yes, I know with... She and her husband Steve met years ago. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. They reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. And the assumption here is it is fairly likely that this would have been Valentine's Day 1978. Not sure how you feel about this part of the game, since like we didn't have enough info on most of these. Okay, so I think for a lot of these we don't have enough info, actually. This is might be, and this is definitely not. Here, I think it is definitive. But also there's still more information I haven't found. Dang. Here is maybe. That sounds impossible to prove as well. These are twins. Is this also impossible to prove? Like, Thomas Hughes seemed to believe that they were not his kids. Pigotee page 2? I guess this is showing the time, like, telling when Susie was still his mistress. So, possible. Was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. So this sounds like possible and not guaranteed. Because at this point, this is a couple of weeks after their marriage. But who knows how long they had been dating prior to the marriage? And she became a teacher. Prime article from 82. Okay. Because she started teaching in... No, I think in 82 is right. 82 is when she leaves, here, right? Yeah, 82, no longer employed by Roottrees. So Thomas Hughes thinks they're not his kids, but I guess it's not guaranteed. This feels like it's not guaranteed. Man, there's so much information on 5Ps that I still haven't found. Wow. For what it's worth, you didn't get everything right on this, and it did not change the ending. Okay, fair enough. They tell you what you got wrong, but that's all. Okay. There's no travel expenses in 8081. Jeremy, Linda, and Mark Hahn. Sure. Flew out here as soon as she graduated. The search for which Lucy Lang was ours. Yeah, that was a fun one. Trying to remember exactly how this got put together. There was the mention of IVF, but there was also As somebody, I think it was Senna, as Senna put it, it was probably Guy VF. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. Credit where credit is due. Okay, so this is the quote unquote IVF birth here. And then there were some other things here that made me think that it was less likely to be IVF, and I don't remember what else I saw. Given that whatever else I saw is not on this list. I wonder how much time I need to spend on digging for the extra clues. What do I have on Shinyu? Searching for Lang Shinyu separately brings up much fewer results than Lang Tai. First of two children. Okay, so this doesn't have any information about the kid or the timeline. Over in 92, which is way later than anything I care about. Also, offhandedly mentions that Shinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Like, it's probable. The timeline lines up. I don't know if it's guaranteed. Since there is an alternate explanation there. There's so much information here. Oh my god. Joanna Fellows left in 77, which is, where does that picture from? Where is that picture? All right, let's start with where is that picture, and then we can ask where is that picture from. Hello? Here. Jeez. When she was Zach Morden's secretary at a company picnic. Claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson were having an affair that led to his birth. And what do we know about the timeline? Joanna Robertson becomes Joanna Fellows in 76 and leaves the company in 77. So again, it's one of those, like, possible, the timeline lines up, but also there is an alternate explanation, which is had an affair and still had the kid via husband. The Roottrees family picnic shirt, yeah, that is absolutely something there. When the corporate family extends to other meanings. There's probably some other Portland Telegraph articles here. But the real question is about the timeline. Like, we don't need more information about 5Ps. We need more information about when Joanna was where. Oh, right. We also have the origin of Ruby, right? Offered to work for very little money as long as she could be the public face to build her reputation. So Ruby was apparently unrelated to anybody and showed up sometime in late March after the Roottree Rift. So this would have been like 4 months ago? Help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family. Yeah, okay. Now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust, organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. So who do we think is Anonymom? I suppose the person that I think is Anonymom, based on the timeline, is Beatrice Watts. So I'm just gonna fill that in. Actually, I want to reread that Anonymom article. Claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as a secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time. Yeah, a lot of women were hired as pairs there. When she confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. She went back to work at the department store, went back to work at the department store. Told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. Okay. And we have an unknown daughter. Even without, like, all of the extra things that we could have found, I'm kind of in on impossible to prove without a DNA test. Without a reliable DNA test. I mean, most of these are in that situation, right? Like, there is a plausible alternate explanation. I don't know that there's actually a plausible alternate explanation for Flavio, though. Because I'm not entirely convinced that Sonia was sleeping with Edson at all at this point. We certainly have no information one way or the other from what we've seen here. We know who he banged. Yeah, well, we know who he banged that has the potential to have offspring. There's probably a huge number of additional women that he banged. In fact, I still think it's probably likely that everybody listed in the company records as a secretary during his stint as president is probably in bed with Guy Hudson at some point. But not all of them had kids. And those are the only ones that we're concerned about. The Australia one, the lady who clearly couldn't have kids. Yeah, Robin, whatever her name is, Robin Martin, I think. Yeah, for sure. Like, why not? Absolutely, go get it. Have a good time. This still has a 1 on it? Good heavens. Presumably it's the Anonymom stuff. Alright. If we look at the timeline here, Christine Farrow when did Christine Farrow leave? Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottree as of 1978. We don't know when in 78, but she leaves the company and almost immediately afterwards elopes with Garland. And we have a mid-78 timeline for this because we have a note that in 1978, Steve is babysitting. Like, Steve is staying home to take care of his son. So, anybody that is between 1978 and mid-79, which would be the China timeline, is fair game. So these hires in 79, without knowing more about that date, maybe? But the most likely is Beatrice Watts since Corinne Schwartz has already been ruled out as a non-imam because she doesn't have a kid of the right age. So that's why I'm on the situation that I am on here. So we'll need more information about this in order to be able to determine one way or another. But it seems likely. Seems highly likely. All right, what about in periodicals? Nothing. Do we have a location for this? With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, a non-imam went on a media blitz. This is not helpful. The article is more helpful. Which we have here. Both photos were obscured. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified as neither had typewriter experience. She slept with them at one of these after parties. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. No information about where. While she never worked at the Roottrees company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar. The article presented no tangible evidence. All of the payments were allegedly made in cash. The reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time. They fact-checked the timeline and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. I keep thinking it's Christine. It's not Christine. It's not Colleen either. It's Corinne. Take a leave of absence because people showed up at the car dealership where she works. She is begging people to stop the accusations so that she can get back to a normal life. And we have no information about Beatrice. Maybe there's some other Anonymom stuff? In Pico T, okay. Pico T is not afraid to expose details that other publications would avoid. Shortly after the announcement that Jane Doe Roottree was not a Roottree, Pico T exposed personal details about the story of Anonymom under the headline, Anonymom the Anonicon. What does that mean? They said Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina, and her daughter's name was Courtney May. Okay. Presumably Watts. They also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story is Corinne S. Yep. And that she had filed for bankruptcy. The article speculates that Anonymom and Corinne were in on it together, and even speculates that they might have been lovers. Pico T is not a credible publication. Their information wasn't particularly actionable. Very few people seem to notice or care. North Carolina, huh? Alright, let's see if we can find Courtney May Watts. Bang! Courtney May has a simple website with a black text on a white background and a few images. I'm so glad I spent all of this time thinking about this, under the impression that it was going to be relevant. Only to find out that it is in fact relevant. From the view counter, you can tell you're one of only a few hundred people who has visited it. She's not shy about claiming she's Jane Doe Roottree. As proof, she has posted an unobscured cover from the time she was featured on News Time, as well as a different photo of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be created in defense of her mother, who has been the target of public scrutiny. Under the headline, The True Story of Jane Doe Roottree, courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts. Great. So whoever this is, their last name is Newton. That's wonderful. Love that. Everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before 5Ps was ever on the cover of News Time. Nobody at the Roottree Company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines. The site has a scanned letter from the Ruby Legal Group to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders her to leave the Roottrees alone. It's dated from a few weeks before the 5Ps article appeared in News Time, and it seems legitimate. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine feature in more detail. Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying because her story was just like 5 pieces. But my mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell News Time that seeing 5Ps on the cover was what inspired her to go public. Ryan and Cork. Cork. Ryan. That seeing 5Ps on the cover was what inspired her to go public. But that's the only way News Time would agree to it and help her get on TV. But it's not true. Our story was first. Courtney's defense continues, but much of it seems repetitive and useless. Towards the end of her page, she discusses the DNA test and defends her mother's character. My mom is amazing! She's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so that I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned about DNA in college. But I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Yeah, DNA is fake. Big science trying to convince you. Mom is 100% confident that there's nobody else who could be the father. Either they did the test wrong or DNA is complete BS. She is not a liar. All right, yeah, I'm in on full check mark here. This is the original unobscured cover photo from the News Time feature on Jane Doe Roottree and her anonymous mother. Great. Big genetics specifically, yeah, I believe that. Courtney May and Danny. Cool. So we have a Danny here, which is probably short for Daniel and probably not short for Danielle. And she's a nurse? And we have the choice to go digging a bit more on some of these. Or we could just fill in the remaining ones. Oh! Okay, this is a surprise. Wait a minute, what? Who was Gwyn sleeping with? Whoa, okay. Hang on a minute. We gotta go a little bit deeper on these idiots. Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Wait a minute. Okay, it literally doesn't matter who impregnated Gwyn, because both of these people have to be Roottrees, because Gwyn literally gave birth to them? I'm not even gonna dignify this with a response. Absolutely not. They are just Roottrees. Like, the only way this doesn't work out is if somebody other than Gwyn gave birth to these kids. And give me a goddamn break. What the hell? There is a lot... That's true, there is a lot of information here that's not there. Okay, we'll do some digging. We can do a little bit of digging here. I've already been on this page. 3 weeks ago, Gwyn died. Wouldn't jump to conclusions, my dude. I am jumping to so many conclusions. Try and stop me from jumping to conclusions. Based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Okay, well, I guess we can look at an article about Ron in Business Watch. This is old, and I don't know if I ever read it. Don't blame nepotism who gets results. After finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap opera episodes, and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions. This section won you over. Having the spaces with the info that is possibly findable makes you like this section a lot more. That's fair. Born in the US but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. Oh, I definitely read this article. Never mind. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Roottree Rift about what really happened with Roottree. The article mentions that nobody from Roottree that they reached out to is willing to go on the record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottree died, but before the release of 6 Pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Roottree to take over because of his experience running RR Productions, and because he was a well-known and well-respected Roottree. I think I did actually read this. Your feeling went from how the heck can you know to you have more digging to do. That's fair. All right, that's fair. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Clanstead Trust to remove Robbie Roottree. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. I definitely read this. Released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. Okay. I'm assuming I checked this page. It is clearly updated. Root dot with the period. After the release of 6 Pieces, the clan said trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam and her offspring should all have been covered under the trust. Seems that those who wrote the trust purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked, in an attempt to keep Sam and her father in comparative poverty. Sam's book revealed this, ensured Sam's family would get their share. Alright, so what's up with Gwyn? Died in Paris, France about 3 weeks ago. Peacefully in her sleep while being treated for a sudden severe case of pneumonia. I did see this and was like, huh, that's a little suspicious. And then it didn't seem relevant to anything that I was doing. That's old. That's old. That's old. Okay, none of this is helpful. But I hadn't read this one? Gwyn Roottree was often in Starlit. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mentions that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. Power of a Name is I definitely read this. Okay, I had previously found this, but apparently it wasn't on the list because it was old. I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlit exclusive. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottree for the last name. Like, I still... Okay, no matter how much digging I do, unless it comes out that Gwyn didn't actually give birth to one of these kids, there's no way they're not Roottrees. Ads from the 1950s for local movie theaters. Does not seem like Gwyn was a resident of Butler County for long, if at all. That's believable. Do I need to look at the older article also? Does that count? No. Where else would these kids have come from? She has multiple mentions online of being pregnant. I guess have a child on the way is a little bit vague, but that almost always means pregnant, right? Well, what else could I possibly be looking for here? Alright, I guess let's look here. Since this apparently is relevant. No Roottree has ever remarried. Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. I guess I should look up Wild Bill in Starlit. Ah. This is a new page. Okay. Wild Bill Williams, an actor known for his role, did not make an appearance at Gwyn Roottrees' funeral. Because of his absence, there were rumors online that he must have already died. But according to a reporter that tracked him down, he's in his 70s, still lives in Paris, and is still in perfectly fine health. He even went on record as saying, "I think it was Mark Twain who said the rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated." That seems appropriate today. The few years I spent with Gwyn were just one stop along the very long and complicated journey that has been my life and career. The last time we spoke was when I signed the divorce papers. She asked me never to contact her or the kids again. I've always respected those wishes. They never reached out to me either, even as adults, so I have to assume they had some idea of why she hated me so much, and the sacrifices she made on my behalf. I wish them well and am sorry for their loss, but we've all been strangers for 40 years, so I can confidently say they wouldn't have wanted you to be there. In fact, I'm confident my presence would have ruined it. The older article? Sure. Alright, let's look for Wild Bill Williams in periodicals. Alright, the update to Wild Bill Williams is here, but this page isn't. Oh, the Starlit page for Wild Bill Williams is. Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, with stories and gossip about who he had been seen with in public, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out: his real name, an interview, an apology to all the ladies, "I'm actually taken. Earlier this year I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing, it wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love." The third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwyn arguing in public, while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwyn announced that she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Alright, kids! Visibly pregnant! Sure, we'll go here for this, but visibly pregnant is more than enough for me. And there's still 6 more articles that I could be looking at here? Jeez. Ron Roottree does have an update. We have looked at this. What other update could I be looking for? This isn't sorted, right? This isn't like alphabetic or anything. It does seem like it's sorted based on like evidence, spider search, and periodicals. Wonder if that's the case for these other things. Yeah, this seems like it's also sorted in the same way. This is definitely sorted in the same way. This seems like it's sorted in the same way. Yep. So, given that I have seen all of the evidence that I've seen... Oh, there might be more evidence, actually. So there might be more evidence up here. But some of these are... anything in between these two has got to be either a evidence or a spider search. Likewise here, either a spider search or a periodical search. think the duck can help in this phase as well. That would make sense. That would make sense. But there's plenty of, like, updated spider search sites to dig through, given where we're at here. Probably not going to find anything about Tessa that'll help. But I guess we can look her up. Maybe we'll find some information about her husband. Penelope Tessa Green. Indeed, has an updated page. Part of a recent fundraiser at the Reno Comedy Club, The Laugh Lounge, about a month ago. Fundraiser was called The Best Medicine and was to help find a cure for Huntington's disease. Up until recently, I didn't know anything about Huntington's. In the last few months, I've gone from knowing nothing about it to learning more than any one person should ever have to. Until less than a decade ago, it was impossible to predict if someone susceptible to Huntington's had the disease. But due to advances in medicine, tests have been developed. Hopefully, this increased awareness is the first step into finding a cure. Please join me for a night of comedy for a good cause. Who has Huntington's? Is that how Gwyn died? Sudden onset pneumonia, it said. Presumably, we would know a bit more there. Huntington's is a neurodegenerative disease that most recognizably causes memory issues and uncontrollable movements in the limbs. After symptom onset, those affected by Huntington's typically live another 15 to 18 years as their symptoms worsen. There is no cure. Huntington's is passed genetically from parent to child. The gene that causes Huntington's works in such a way that if a parent has the disease, there is a 50-50 chance that their child will get it. Huntington's cannot be passed on recessively, meaning it cannot skip a generation. In other words, if someone has a mother or father with Huntington's, but they themselves did not receive it from that parent, their children, and their grandchildren, etc., will also never have it. Until the early 90s, it was impossible to test for it. Instead, symptoms would usually appear later in life. This would often be after the person affected already had children. It would then be impossible to know if their children had it, as it was a 50-50 chance. In 93, due to determining which gene causes Huntington's, it did become possible to test children for it, and know if the disease was passed on or not. For a variety of complex reasons, however, children are considered unable to consent to such a test, and are therefore very rarely tested unless they're showing early symptoms. Good to know. Is this on my list? Oh my god, it is. Okay. So, yeah, okay. Tell me more about the best medicine. This is also just Penelope's page. Okay, what about the Laugh Lounge? Also on Penelope's page. So the implication is one of these two brothers' parents have or has Huntington's disease. Did Gwyn die of Huntington's? I don't think so, given that she died fairly suddenly, right? Huntington's is long onset. So the implication here is that Robert is at risk. Not Robert, Ron. Ron is at risk of Huntington's, which would imply that Ron has a parent that is not one of the two that are listed, and that Ron knows it. That is worrisome. That is worrisome. What other information do I think would be helpful to look up here? It doesn't seem like any of the other root trees here would be particularly relevant to this conversation. So unless one of these two has Huntington's, which I feel like we would know about, still look up Walter Forsythe. Oh, okay. Sure. Whew. Still in perfectly fine health. Before that, she had apparently been in relatively good health, according to her friends and family in Paris. Alright. Yeah, this is, potentially concerning. Potentially concerning. Where else would I need to look here? What else comes to mind? I guess I'm looking for information about Gwyn around the time when Ron would have been born. Presuming I already did this, right? Yeah, we looked at all these. We also looked up Wild Bill. Alright, yeah, let's ask the duck. Let's see what the duck says. Have enough information to fill in non-mom on the tree. I've done so! Have I not done so? Is cashier wrong? She works at a department store. I guess we don't know anything else about her. Have her photo, yep. She works in retail. Oh, which is different from cashier. Sure. Interesting information in her defense. I mean, I guess we could go through here and see if there's any additional information here. Yes, on her website. I understand. Who are Ryan and Cork? I was weirded out here. And I still haven't gotten any information about who Ryan and Cork might be. Since it's nobody here. Trust the duck? Trust the duck. No kidding. Like, putting Ryan up here is not going to result in anything. Like, that's extremely general, as is Cork. Oh! Ryan and Cork is not two individuals, it is a law firm. and also 2 individuals. The firm mostly handles local cases and recently represented an Anonymom. Their website has a section about the case, including a scan of the DNA test results that proved Jane Doe Roottree was not a Roottree. Really? Oh, this is all of the legacy information. Archived evidence. That's not where I want to be. This is a DNA test you got from the website for the law firm Ryan and Cork. The test says there was virtually no chance that Anonymom's daughter, Courtney May, was a Roottree. It lists that DNA from a Jane Doe was tested against the DNA of Bonnie Kellogg, née Hudson. Ryan and Cork, who are representing Anonymom, have confirmed that the sample they sent to the Roottrees was definitely Courtney May's hair. The test is from a company called Dynatico? Dynatico. Sure. DNA testing is a relatively new phenomenon that allows scientific laboratories to prove a possible family relationship between 2 people. It's fairly cutting edge. The method by which they test samples has only become standard in the last decade. According to their site, Dynatico was responsible for the DNA test that proved Felix Fellows was a Roottree, and even use it as an example of how a DNA test looks. Whenever they take a sample in person, they put the name of the person on the test according to their legal ID, which is why it says David instead of Felix. Because Guy Hudson is dead, there is no known DNA source for Guy. They tested Felix's hair versus a hair sample sent from the Roottrees. It's listed as Jane Doe because it wasn't collected in person. But the Roottree company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg, Guy Hudson's sister. This is why it says it is a paternal aunt test. The left and right sets of numbers are essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of the 2 people in question, and nobody else. The way the test works is that if certain parts of the signature are shared, then it's very likely 2 people are related. As far as you can tell, Dynatico is a legitimate company. They don't seem to have any reason to create fake results or hide the truth. This is a DNA test you got from Dynatico's website. The famous test that proved Felix Fellows was a Roottree. Alleged paternal aunt, Jane Doe. Alleged paternal aunt, Bonnie Kellogg. So why is it listed as Bonnie Kellogg here? They collected a new sample? Considering this test is after 5Ps, right? But the daughter is listed as Jane Doe? Why is the daughter listed as Jane Doe? DNA from a Jane Doe. Ryan and Cork were representing an Anonymom have confirmed that the sample they sent to the Roottrees was definitely Courtney May's hair. Who is this doctor? Adrian Rowland. Sure. That's weird. That's super weird. So they didn't use the same sample. They went and got another sample from Bonnie? Is the implication? That's mega weird. Still find, I know I can find more information on 5Ps. I don't want to find more information on 5Ps. I want to find more information on Ronald Roottree. Can I find more information on Ronald Roottree? He's listed as Ron. I guess I need to follow up on all of the other stuff before the duck will point me at Ron? Damn it. Oh, we actually cleared up a bunch of this stuff by looking up other information. That's helpful. Okay, fair enough. Missing 2 pieces on 5Ps. One of them is guaranteed a spider search. One of them might be spider search or periodical. Yeah, something's hinky with a DNA test. But it's hard to say what. Or rather, hard to say why. Easy to say what, hard to say why. I'm still so weirded out by the possibility that Ron's adopted or whatever. It is almost that time. I have to decide how done I am with this game. I'm gonna dig a bit further, and if I go over, I think that's okay. Because I don't want to, like, I have so little left at this point. I don't want to carry this over to next week. Or to Tuesday, rather. Huh. So this actually does seem like Ruby Spratt had a slightly vested interest in 5Ps. Doesn't it? Because of this business with Ruby Spratt and being local to Portland. Have I seen these? I think I've seen both of these. What was I looking at? Local teen making change for foster care system. There was a thing with 5Ps being brought on when he was still Naughty Davy or whatever his name was. Dirt A Davy, yep. He was brought on as part of a foster care benefit. This? The dedication ceremony. All of the performers and speakers, with the exception of the mayor, were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. So the implication here is that Ruby is actually at least slightly vested in potentially faking the results for 5Ps. I don't know why she would be like trying to dismiss this one unless she's getting something out of it. What would she be getting out of it? All right, there's no more insight numbers. Is there any information in the lyrics? Because it doesn't call out that the lyrics don't have clues. I don't know what else I'm gonna find here, though. Whoa. Okay, this one I haven't seen. Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class. That was the other connection to Mideastern, was Ruby. I knew there was another connection to it. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious, with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. This didn't go over well with a predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. The editor of the Herald at the time said Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mideastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty. But unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted. Interesting. And that is, in fact, the remaining piece here. Yeah. If we're not trusting the DNA test, and we have some reason not to trust the DNA test, then I think that there is no proof either way for Mr. Fellows here. How did this start again? Article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. 5P says that his mother, Joanna, parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Prayed for her and her son's life. One day, his mom never came home. I didn't even realize retail was a category here. Why wouldn't this be retail? Is movie rental not retail? Weird. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. The only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush, some photos, boxed in the back of her closet, love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. Okay, so we have obviously, evidence of an affair. That's fine. The question is whether or not 5Ps is the result of the affair or the result of just their marriage, right? To Riley, I think his name was? Riley Fellows. And that's not clear? I think that's not clear. You still gonna tell me that there's information I can find on 5Ps? Yeah, I know. Taking over temporarily as an interim president. Ron Roottrees pretty quick, like his press release was company lawyers will be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the clan said trust terms. Right. That was the thing here, was he really wants to get to the clan said trust. And the assumption being that without the clan said trust as ironclad as it is, he could evict Robbie. But it also sounds like he's worried about his position within the clan said trust. So maybe he knows that his position within the clan said trust is unsafe because he has a parent. He's not Gwyn's kid. Oh my god. Okay, at this point, finding an individual webpage without knowing it previously exists is going to be rough, so give me a little bit more. Featured in another periodical? Oh, yeah, okay. I'd believe that, actually. That's fair. Was, in fact, in Teen Blast. Popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted towards teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyway. Is this, no, but maybe this will link to something. While he hasn't done any interviews, they've listed him amongst the hunky hotties. Does that... Okay. Thank you. This isn't helpful, but thank you. This includes his real name, David, his birthday... His birthday, eh? February 9th, 1977. A letter to the editor also claims that it's not possible that he was born in 77, as he claimed on a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 92. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song and were told it wasn't performed by 5Ps and that they shouldn't print rumors. If he turned 17 in 92, then 85, he was born in 75? which would have been before Joanna had the position as... Yeah, okay. I'm willing to say not a root tree at that point. Since Joanna... Where is Joanna hired, actually? No, Joanna Robertson is still here. She marries in 76. She marries in 76, leaves the company in 77. If he was born in February 2nd, 77, that would put his conception date at midsummer 76? Oh. Is that... I do remember some conversation here about his birthday. Yeah. It is agreed upon the mixtape here. This reference has caused some confusion among the fan base. Because of it, it is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 92 at the earliest. But the others point out the fellow's reference to seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have to have been in 94. Trying to make himself sound older. Okay, so if he was 17 in 92, that would have put his birth in 75? Which I don't know if that's before Joanna met Guy. Because we don't have files that go back that far. She's just working there in 75. So even that's not conclusive? Aw, man. Even that's not conclusive. Sorry. And then also the same claimed on a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 92. So that's two different places where he claims that he turned 17 in 92. Still inconclusive, but if he was born in 75, it's a lot less likely that he's Guy Hudson's kid. Oh, yeah, he was definitely sleeping with her before he became president. But he became president in 70... something else? 77? Yeah, see, it even calls out 75 here. Yeah, Guy becomes president at the start of 78. But this calls out 75 as the first infidelity. But if he was born in 75, then he couldn't have been conceived in 75. I mean, there is a way that works, but like, this is a summer event, right? A summer picnic. So if he was born in 75, there's no way he was conceived midsummer of 75. Ooh, I think he can't. I think he can't. I think he's not. I think that's real, actually. Most of these is you kind of can't really tell, but some of these I am sort of more confident about or less confident about. This is weird. This plated loaf business is super weird. I think the timing works out for James Garland to be Guy's son, but I don't know. So he can keep an eye on his son in September of 78. Why does it not show the Antonelli's article? Reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. At the end of 77, they eloped. What do we know about when Christine was working at the company? Like, I think the marriage and leaving the company happened at the same time. Search is only searching on the name of the article, not the contents. Yeah, I'm more concerned about it not being on this list. As opposed to me searching it up with the wrong key terms. Wrong search terms. Yeah, a lot of these, I don't really think I want to dig any further in terms of trying to figure out yes or no. Like, I think this is probable, but it's not guaranteed. This, I think, is probable, but not guaranteed. This has a pretty good cover story, actually. The IVF thing is a pretty good cover story. I think it's most likely Guy, but IVF is a pretty good cover story. This one is a terrible cover story. Just a terrible goddamn cover story. And then this is really concerning that there's more information here. All right, what else can I find? Mentioned another song of his. Oh, that's right. It did. You're right. It did, in fact, do that thing. Sure. I guess keep pointing me towards additional things. Hello? Oh. 17 Magazines is the title of an unreleased and controversial song by Dirty Davy. There's mentions of it on a few sites, claiming that it was on the first release of his first mixtape, but was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are independent accounts from people who have claimed to have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday, and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. The person doing the violence is apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Due to major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year, and the subsequent backlash against violent music and video games, it is generally considered in very poor taste to bring it up. Most of the people that enjoy mentioning it online are either trolls trying to shock people, or come from the morbidly curious corners of the internet. Sure. Is that that's the last piece, okay. Yeah, all of this implies that Davy's 17th birthday was in 92. And he mentions that across multiple songs now. So, yeah, I think Davies is not a root tree. Davies? Dirty Davy? 5 Ps. I think 5 Ps is not a root tree. All right, where are you taking me now? Business Watch article about Lang Tai mentioned another company. Sure. Oh, yeah, IVF. Was there an IVF company? Key Genes. Yeah, I never did look this up. I don't know why. Key Genes, sure. Was a medical company with operations in both the US and China, made international news in 1994 after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently their services were in some cases falsified. The whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service, an alibi. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I mean, that makes me confident enough, right? That puts the percentage of that puts the odds real high. It often performed IVF, the whistleblower alibi. Cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child, but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. The whistleblower claimed that they had helped to do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Let's search periodicals. Key Genes, is a company that was in the news when a whistleblower came forward. News Time did have a few articles about it during the height of the scandal. Hypothetical timeline of how a client would use the company. Generally, celebrities or other powerful people who found out they were unexpectedly pregnant would declare that they were going to use the service as soon as possible. During the final week of pregnancy, the client would travel to a Key Genes facility in either China or the US. Usually it was the opposite of their home country, so they could maintain a lower profile. They would then give birth and be photographed with their newborns. During their recovery, they would then stay on the premises for a few weeks to a month. This was equivalent to an extremely high-class spa. After these few weeks, the photos would be released and the birth would be announced as if it had just happened. This extra time out of the spotlight would allow the birth to appear to be over 9 months after the announcement that the celebrity was going to use the service. Long article that spells out a huge controversy. Key Genes will sometimes claim they performed IVF when they didn't. Excuse for an otherwise unexplainable pregnancy. They'd fly their clients to America, where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with news of a successful pregnancy. Whistleblower apparently presented the Department of Health and Human Services with credible evidence. At the time of the article, it was still an ongoing investigation, but Business Watch speculated, after copies of the proof were leaked to various media sources, that they couldn't imagine a world in which the company would be allowed to continue operations without facing serious legal or financial consequences. Nailed it. Cool. What else are you going to point me to? With all the craze, maybe it was re-released? Did they mention that? Large role, guys like us. Okay. Yeah, recently re-released. Okay. Oh, they did mention this. Ah, I saw this page earlier. Recently re-released. Took the time it took to manufacture and ship VHS copies. There have been talks of a remake. I guess I need to look it up in periodicals, maybe? The Guys Like Us remake has been discussed a few times on a website about upcoming films called Movie News. The logo is a cow on a film canister. The rumored cast is Cameron Diaz in the role originated by Gwyn, Linda Fiorentino, and Chris O'Donnell. According to leaked news, the remake has been put on indefinite hiatus due to its director, who is speculated to be Ron Roottrees, dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue, though that's only a rumor. Okay. Yeah. I guess he has to not be a Roottrees if he has Huntington's. Alright. What else are you gonna point me at? Look into the other actors from Guys Like Us, should I? Sure. I mean, we know who Cameron Diaz is. I've heard of her. Really? Really? Maybe it was other actors of Guys Like Us, the originals? Yeah. Leslie Florence was the other actress besides Gwyn Rootree in Guys Like Us. Before Guys Like Us, she was in a few small supporting roles, and her performance in Guys Like Us was generally thought of as quite good, especially considering she got second billing to Gwyn. Even with the success and acclaim, she retired from Hollywood almost immediately after her co-starring role. Not much was known about her until recently, when Guys Like Us was re-released right at the tail end of Rootree Mania. Recently, as part of the myriad of articles and research people have done to those surrounding the Roottrees, it came out that she died of a genetic disease known as Huntington's in the late 1960s. Okay. Yup. The original article. The original article doesn't say anything about, that's why I never bothered. Okay, sure. Doesn't say much. What about Harrison Lane? This has not been updated. Mentioned in a few passages here or there, but nothing seems relevant. Okay. Maybe something has changed in the last 8 months. I mean, it has. We've looked up a lot of their... Wait a minute. What are you talking about? We've looked up a lot of this information. Business affairs. RR Productions. Okay. Where there's smoke, found all the smoking guns. RR Productions seems to have no project listed in development other than the Guys Like Us remake. Okay. So nothing conclusive about Ron being the other woman's kid, other than her dying of Huntington's and neither Gwyn nor Wild Bill having Huntington's. Yeah, and these other things, like, I'm just not... There's enough like weird overlaps and stuff that I'm not sure about any of them. All right, I think this is good. I think we're gonna call it here. I'm ready. The big reveal. Finished Rootree Mania. You did it! Family tree complete. Heck yeah.
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
Yeah, that was weird. 1 week later. Okay, thanks.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies.
Oh, good. I'm glad somebody found something out.
Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week.
I love conversations that start that way. All right, hit me.
Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted.
Ooh, okay.
But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson.
Everybody got your movie snacks?
Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women.
It's true. He did that.
He hid it
lot
with
of
a
that.
method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
Huh. You know, I should have realized this. I really should have realized this. I even thought about something like this when they were talking about 5-piece. Like, when they were talking about his research into 5-piece flavors, because like, well, it's always kids, right? So, who are the kids that are inspiring these 5-piece flavors? And then completely forgot about it. Completely forgot about it.
He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying.
Yep.
Which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
Yep. Okay. So these are all the people he was paying off, which is different from all the people that he impregnated, and also different from all the people with whom he had kids.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that holds up. That holds up.
Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
Sure. Bankrolled by the king, sure.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know.
May? Come on. Give the two of them some credit.
Also,
Obviously
not
did.
every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yep, as expected. This one I put question mark, but it seemed fairly likely.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even?
Oh, I missed this part. Okay, that makes sense.
When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF.
Yes, this part makes a
They
lot of
claimed her
sense.
sister was unable to conceive. But her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband.
This is also one of those that was like, I think it's likely, but it's not guaranteed.
She resented him.
But it's likely.
They
because it
allegedly
seemed
spent
unlikely
no
that she
time
was going to be
together in
sleeping with
private.
Edson Suarez unless she absolutely had to. And I bet she found every excuse not to.
Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia. Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there.
Right?
She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life.
Yeah, I mean, multiple times that was made mention of, like, Susie was his mistress for like a year and a half or something.
Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins.
Wild how close he brought the family to bankruptcy because he didn't believe in condoms or whatever. Yeah, no joke. The fact that he was paying them doesn't mean that they're his kids, especially when they have a partner at the time. So this is like, this is the part that I was like, okay, yeah, probably, but like not guaranteed, right?
So, what about 5Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975. Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt. They both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another.
The payout of the real proof of parentage in those cases? That's not how proof of parentage works? Like, I 100% that the payout proves that it's possible. The payout proves that guy was sleeping with them and then they became pregnant. But, like, if they're also sleeping with other people, that doesn't guarantee it one way or the other. If a girl is married to someone and sleeping with both the person that she's married with and the person that she's cheating with, like, nothing there is conclusive.
Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup.
Ah, that's true. I neglected to consider that Ruby approached the Roottrees, yep.
Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way. If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
Yeah, but the names didn't line
But
up.
the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely. On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution.
Sure, that's
A
fair.
noble effort. But once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of guys, parties, and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this.
Fake Eminem is gonna get sued into the ground. True.
While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottree was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine.
Yep, I am 100% confident that that kid is Miracle's kid.
Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle, and the basket baby story is a bit too convenient.
Yep, timeline fits.
If that's not enough on its own,
Toasterito Jacobson.
he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest.
Oh, right. This is... I looked at this connection and I was like, wow, that's... weirdly coincidental, and didn't think about it. Yeah, okay.
Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way.
Oh, yeah, no, Miracle's a problem. Miracle has always been a problem.
Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth. Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess. Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan.
Okay. I guess that could be there. Like, we don't know who else Bess was necessarily spending her time with. So this could have gone
The
either way.
timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we
What's up,
haven't been
Brinley?
able
You've
to
arrived
do a DNA
right at
test.
the end.
As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person, for both parties.
Sure. I'm confident that this is a check mark, but I'll go with question mark here.
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is. When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it. Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden.
That makes sense
She
for why the
begged
adoption
Gwyn and
happened.
Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris.
That's true. The one on the way, I didn't think about it, but the one on the way timeline doesn't quite line up, does it? For when she had Robbie and when the divorce happened versus when Ron was born. Interesting.
There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together. Not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof.
Sure. Yep, this makes sense.
Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancid Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was useful. Without your tree, I'm not sure we would have ever discovered Ruby.
Hey, I helped.
All this information, this entire story, it's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of marriages and a lot of relationships that are going to be ruined. Yes, I agree. You know what? You can just sit on some of these infidelities. You really don't have to tell everybody everything.
We're handling it all very, very carefully. but we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was. No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess.
I helped a lot.
Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well.
Eccentricities? No. Hold on. I feel like I feel like I am suffering from the Mandela effect right now. No way.
Eccentric.
Okay. It's not me. It's not me. She's the one who is wrong. It's fine.
And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Wait, what's happening here?
Attention, Roottrees.
Oh my god.
This is 5-piece coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
I'm glad they get to reprise this song. This song is pretty good, actually. Actually, okay, so I don't know that I can say that this song is good. I think this song is very true to the source material. The song is okay, but it is impressively true to the source material. Oh, Jeremy Johnston was the TV anchor. I thought that dude looked a little casual. Yes, for a fake song in a game, it's not bad at all. What else do we have here? The cassette icon in-game to see detailed credits for each song. Cool. Steam version contains no generative AI artwork. Oh good, I appreciate that call out. Family Doku? That's true, I never did a web search of the random stuff that I found around in the room, huh? That's fine, I'm okay with that. Was there something cool? I'm okay with taking a look at it. There's a minigame? Oh hell yeah. Okay, no, we gotta check out the minigame. Alright, I don't need to listen to the rest of that if the credits is over. Family Doku. Alright, let's go. Let's spell it correctly. You look at there's an older site. Okay. Family Doku was a series of pencil and paper logic puzzles created by Christoph Rogan, the author of the Alphabet Davis series. I had forgotten about Alphabet Davis. They were originally published every Sunday in the newspaper and collected in several volumes of books. They involve filling in a family tree by following a series of rules. When every name has been placed and every rule has been satisfied, the puzzle is complete. Coming soon, a digital version of Family Doku called Family Doku at Home. Information on the logic puzzle book written by Christoph Rogan. There's a post-up about the computer version of the puzzles. When we launched the demo version of Family Doku at Home, I'm going to have to search this up, a lot of our fans were excited about our intuitive and revolutionary interface and how clever the initial 5 puzzles were. When we launched the full version, even though we doubled the number of puzzles... Doubled?! Many of our users were upset by the length of the game, despite it being available for the comparatively low price of $19.95. We'd like to offer our sincere apology to anyone who felt the game was too short. If you purchased the game before July 8th, 1999, please email us your mailing address and we'll send you a 25% off coupon for the Alphabet Davis book of your choice. As of today, we're making the full game freely available. Ah, we installed Family Doku. Okay. Welcome to Family Doku at Home. Now you too can play the addicting puzzle taking the world by storm. You must use logic to place all of the names in their correct spots on the family tree. Every puzzle has only one correct solution, and the following rules will dictate who goes where. Rectangles denote descendants of the family. Ovals denote spouses who married into the family. Both men and women can be spouses. Yes. All marriages are between a man and a woman unless marked with a rainbow. Okay. Children's last names are always inherited from their father, even if their father is a spouse. Siblings have all been named in alphabetical order, by first name, from left to right. Oh, okay. Family members with the same first name must follow special generational rules. If men, they must be father, son, or grandfather, grandson. If women, they must be mother, daughter, or grandmother, granddaughter. Okay. Patriarch, matriarch, Corbin Tilly. Corbin Tilly, okay. So whoever is the patriarch here, their children will have the same last name. So Bethany and Martha. So this has to be Rob. And this has to be Bethany and Martha in that order. Because first names. And then we have a marriage here and a marriage here. Yeah, alright. Cool. I understand. I see what's going on. I got you. We'll do a little more Family Doku. But I am like I am a full hour post stream end. So we're not gonna go too much longer than here. We have 2 apples. Wait, how many apples do we have? We have 4 apples and 3 Sweeneys. Okay. So one of the men has to be up here. And then both of the women are down here. That has to be Carrie. This is either Earl and Gertrude or Gertrude and Sam. This is a boy. So this has to be the Sweeneys? Because there's 3 Sweeneys? So this is Mary. Oh, no. This has to be a boy. Either Unson or Sam. This is... Both of these work the same way? There's no real reason to think that either one of these is wrong? LMNO? Yeah, that all works. That's weird. We have Felix and Gertrude over here. Oh, okay. I see. For this to be... Oh no, Sam is an apple. That's concerning. With the opals over here, that makes sense. Iris Geller, I suppose, has to be up here. Or it could be here. Do we have any same names? We do. Okay. So, this has to be a Gertrude or this has to be a Gertrude. I think this has to be a Gertrude. Wait a minute. This has to be grandmother. Mother or grandmother. Right? Suddenly I'm concerned. Oh, because this can't be Felix Opal. This... I am being silly. If this is an opal, that has to be here. Which means we have to have Gertrude Apple here. And then Gertrude Opal here. So this has to be Earl, and this has to be Sam. Which means this doesn't work, so this has to be like that. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is cool. I want to do the rest of these. I just don't want to do them right now. I'm probably not going to do them on stream. But that's very cool. That's so cool that exists. Thank you for pointing this out to me. Yeah, that's gotta be it at this point. We've definitely done a lot of things, and this is a great time to be done doing things, I think. So thank you for hanging out. This is gonna be it for now. We've got, I guess we're starting Bomb Rush